never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Cue. Lights, cameras, action, here we go. A Friday is upon us. Are you ready for the weekend? Isn't that something? Seems like just yesterday. I'd have been hitting the hay, getting ready for day number 2 of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. A week has gone by. Here we are back in the secret bunker once again, Cincinnati, Ohio. Good to have you on board. I am Steve Sommers, OvernightDriveRadio.com. tncradio.live. Speaking of which, got a big announcement to throw your way here in just a few moments in regards to your chance to maybe be a big winner as we're teaming up with tncradio.live. All the details coming up. So I hope you've had a good week. What a difference a day can make. We're about 35 degrees cooler at this hour than we were 24 hours ago. I had to fire up the little space heater in the secret bunker. It was 73, 74 degrees at this time 24 hours ago. We're at 39. And believe it or not, we're looking at maybe a few flakes of snow beginning to move into the Indianapolis area. We've got some light rain, a cold rain, falling outside the secret bunker at this hour. It looks like rain up in the Columbus area. Most of it's on the lighter side. All this, the wraparound, the backside of our monstrosity of a storm that brought lots of destruction and, yes, even a few fatalities throughout the South as we were tracking that system live here on the program throughout the night. Last night, as Alabama had tornado warning after tornado warning, the storm's now the leading edge. Most of the precip is moving offshore. We still have some pockets of heavier rain impacting the Northeast tonight. Still raining in New York City. That should be exiting over the next hour or so. There is one additional batch of showers and some heavier rain there in southeastern Pennsylvania. That may sweep across northern New Jersey and through the New York City area as well. Meanwhile, still dealing with rain, some heavy rains, thunder and lightning in the Boston area, much of Massachusetts, on up into New England. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, still dealing with rain tonight. It's not going to be an April Fool's joke. You saw very warm temperatures sweeping into that region this past day. Old Man Winter's going to make a visit right on time for your April Fool's Day, which, by the way, at least in the Eastern time zone, here it is. First day of April for 2022. Let's go back to Wednesday evening and into Thursday as we were, again, tracking this line of thunderstorms that stretched nearly 800 miles from Louisiana all the way to southern Indiana with those strong winds, isolated tornadoes, at least 2 fatalities we know of at this point. Many homes and businesses damaged just 1 week after multiple EF3 tornadoes had wreaked havoc around New Orleans and parts of Texas. 2 killed, 2 others injured Thursday morning when a tornado touched down just west of Tallahassee near the town of Alford, there in the Florida Panhandle. Washington County Sheriff's Office sharing photos showing the aftermath of the deadly twister. Toppled trees, downed power lines, one home completely obliterated. Trees seen on top of another home that was photographed. At least 3 tornadoes have been confirmed from the storms that raced across several states Wednesday night into Thursday. 24 tornado reports filed over that time. Nearly 185,000 were without power across parts of 5 states Thursday morning, according to Power Outage US. That flurry of tornadoes Wednesday just added to what could end up being a historically active month of March in terms of tornadoes across the U.S. Prior to Wednesday, the month of March was on the cusp of breaking the record for the most preliminary tornado reports in the calendar's 3rd month. At that point, it was 187 preliminary reports filed. Worst of the storm damage reported in Jackson, Mississippi, after a confirmed tornado tore through the area late Wednesday evening. Widespread damage, multiple downed trees, power lines, overturned mobile homes, reported across the state. During the tornado warning in Jackson Wednesday evening, Thomas Dobbs, the Mississippi State Health Officer, posted a photo on Twitter of some of the members of the State Department of Health seeking shelter in a safe place there. The Mississippi Senate suspended their work Wednesday as the sirens blared in southern Mississippi. Yeah, there was a tight-knit community of McLean that continues to clean up after a possible tornado damaged homes, uprooting trees there. Elsewhere, paneling fell 5 stories from the side of a downtown hotel onto the roof of another building below Wednesday evening in Nashville. Nashville Fire Department issued a community safety alert warning that debris could become airborne in the wind, and man, was it windy. Strong winds in Louisiana overturning tractor trailers, sends a tree crashing into a home, knocking down power lines. Early Wednesday, it was about 4 a.m. Central Time, we had an EF3 tornado that struck Springdale, Arkansas, and the nearby town of Johnson, which is about a 3-hour drive northwest of Little Rock. Numerous injuries there. 2 are in critical condition, according to Washington County Officers Emergency Management Office. The elementary school in that town took a direct hit from the twisters, as well as nearby homes. After the survey teams from the National Weather Service office in Tulsa assessed the damage, that twister was given an EF3 rating. Peak wind gusts of 145 miles per hour. That twister was on the ground for approximately 8 minutes, traveling 5.2 miles, according to the damage survey from the National Weather Service. The office in Kansas City, meanwhile, confirmed an EF1 tornado, winds of 90 miles per hour, touching down in St. Joe's, Missouri, just north of Kansas City. That twister actually on Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. Now, what are we looking at as we head into the weekend? As I mentioned, Old Man Winter's been on a roll as of late, and is scheming an April Fool's joke on parts of the Northeast. Another batch of unseasonably cold air, and yes, snow showers will be pivoting across the region just as we flip into the month of April here. The chill following up what you saw, a brief episode of warmth and, of course, your severe weather this past day. So the drop in temperature's got to kind of add to the shock value. Changes won't be quite as extreme as what we saw early this week. Yeah, back on Monday, we saw temperatures in the single digits, in the teens. A few places over the interior Northeast may still see temperatures a good 10 to 20 degrees below average today and Saturday. Departures of 5 to 10 below average will be more common along the Atlantic coast. So daytime temperatures will generally rise above the freezing mark, even in the mountains, well above freezing in the lower elevations. Here for your Friday and Saturday. Precip will move across the region with the cold wave, though. Even though the air will not be nearly as cold, again, as we saw Monday, it will be cold enough to allow for some heavy snow showers from the Great Lakes to the Appalachians. Further east, a little wet snow may mix in with some rain showers closer to the upper mid-Atlantic and the New England coastal areas. Typical late winter and early spring snowy areas southeast of Lake Huron, southwestern and northern New York State, as well as northwestern Pennsylvania, may actually pick up 1 or 2 inches of slushy snow, mainly on the non-paved surfaces due to the warmth we've seen over the last day or two. Now, most of that snow will be occurring through the daylight hours on Friday. We could see some of those snow showers actually begin to move in even during the overnight hours tonight. Elsewhere around the country, what are we looking at? The southern extent of this big storm system, we are still looking at some feisty storms stretching across the Sunshine State. Right now, heavy rains extending from Daytona Beach all the way across to, well, it should be moving into Dade City at this hour. Orlando. Looks like our friend Philip here in a few hours as he heads off to work. He'll be driving in some fairly heavy rains overnight. As the night progresses, some of those showers and storms expected to drop down through Tampa to Lakeland to Kissimmee, Florida. Of course, the moisture extended, the stream of showers and storms extending well off the coastal areas out into the Gulf of Mexico there. Don't believe we're seeing any severe weather advisories in the mix there. No, pretty much all quiet. There in the Northeast, there's just the southern reaches of New York, including New York City, still under a severe thunderstorm watch as those storms progress through most of the other areas. All the watches and advisories have pretty much expired at this time. But then you've got the wraparound, the cold air, the cold, which has prompted freeze warnings all the way into southeastern Oklahoma, northern Mississippi, southern portions of, we're looking at Missouri, Arkansas, frost advisories again, all the way down into northern Mississippi and western Tennessee tonight. Right after we saw temperatures in the middle and upper 70s about 36 hours ago. That's not an April Fool's joke. Who we have checking in out of the box here? Hello, Kyle. How about that? First off on YouTube, let's roll. High pressure pumping on board here. Philly Dan checking in. Hope everybody has a great day. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Heavy D. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe. Keep on trucking. Hello to Roy. Bama checking in from Fort Smith, Arkansas, where we've got a cool 38 degrees at this hour. I would make an April Fool's joke, but we already have one currently occupying the giant nursing home in D.C. Everybody stay safe out there. Somebody said, we're canceling April Fool's Day because nobody can take a joke anymore. That's about the truth of it. Hello to Steve. Morning from Lamar's, Iowa. We've got 30 degrees dry tonight. There's our Canadian friend Terry, 401 eastbound, headed to Montreal for a two-dropper. We've got 46 degrees, clear sailing. And welcome aboard, Chris. Yes, Friday, first Friday in the month of April. Chris Gabrelchik, boss man, joins us here momentarily. He's already online, as a matter of fact. So, who we got? Dave checking in. Dave from Anderson. Cold, a little bit of snow here. I got off tonight, and I'm on vacation for a week now. All right, well, enjoy that. Let's go, Brandon. Mr. Q says, good morning, everybody. Wally, morning, everybody. Tomorrow night's going to suck. No live overnight drive. Sorry about that, Wally. Oh, boy. Patsy says, TGIF, 34 degrees in southeast Nebraska. Hopefully warmer weather heading our way. Everybody stay safe and enjoy your weekend. There's Rockpick. Happy Friday, Steve. Truckers and all of our third shift workers and insomniacs out there. Let's see. It's 99 degrees. Cloudy. Feels like 107 here in Rochester. April Fools, right? Thank you, Rockpick. Larry says, afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Little wet tonight in the Northeast. It's coming down in buckets there. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. We've got 40 degrees here in Foster, Kentucky right now. The winds have calmed down. Now they're calling for some rain and maybe some snow mixed in later today. Yes, indeed. Everybody truck safe out there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Grove City, Ohio tonight, where it's 38, a little drizzle. Hanging out with my friends after my pickup tomorrow. I'm going to be having lunch with my wife's brother and his wife. Have a great night and a better weekend, everybody. Be careful out there. We'll be listening live coming up Sunday night. Copy in the mail, Chevy Guy. There's Jimmy Jammer checking in. Santa Claus. We've got 66 tonight in Bakersfield, California. Homebound tonight. Good morning to Steve and Chris. Santa Claus out. Couple more here. There's Billy. Morning, Steve, and all the Hot Shot secret listeners. 31 here in Columbus, Ohio. A little bit of rain. Patrolling the freeways. All be safe. Winds are still pretty strong here in the big city. I'm going to head over to the radio app now. So he checks in on Facebook just to say hi, and he'll be listening in via the app. Greetings to all from Kingston, Georgia. There's the hired gun. 50-ish degrees, kind of mild, partly cloudy in northwest Georgia. Remember, painted side always says top side. Hillbilly Tex, there he is. Exit 81 off the big 75. Waving my hat to everybody. All right, Chris Gabrelchik again joins us right after this on a Friday morning. Good to have you on board. And, of course, our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, real quick, like Mike checking in here. Morning, Mike. Where's you checking in from? Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Be safe, have a good man. That's Mike in Beaver Creek, Ohio. There's Crazy Ray checking in from West Michigan. Checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. Thanks, Crazy Ray. Got 32 degrees there. TNCradio.live. Hey there, Tom. I'm assuming that's Tom checking in. 64 degrees, a light breeze here in Houston, Texas tonight. Everybody be safe out there. Speaking of, here, let me go ahead and lay it on you here. As part of a relationship between TNCradio.live and Hot Shot Secret, coming up next Monday, a new cash giveaway contest begins. Here's how it works. Hot Shot Secret proud to announce the $1,000 Daily Driver Bonus Contest beginning Monday, April 4. Hot Shot Secret and TNCradio.live working with the Independent Broadcasters Association to give away $1,000 a day as part of a nationwide contest during each episode of my program, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. I'm going to be announcing 2 keywords. Then you'll go to tncradio.live, or you can go to tncradio.live on the app. You simply key in the keyword along with your contact information. Throughout the broadcast day on tncradio.live, they'll announce 2 additional keywords. In other words, everybody has the opportunity to enter as many as 4 times per day. Then at the noon hour the following day, a winning name will be randomly drawn for a $1,000 daily prize. But wait, there's actually more. Then a second name will be drawn. They will also win $1,000. We're going to be doing this every weekday for the next 5 weeks. And that's not all. There's more. On May the 9th, all the valid entries throughout the contest period will be put into the virtual hat, And a single winner will win a $10,000 grand prize. Now, to be valid, contest participants must complete all the required fields, including phone number, where you can be contacted, notifying you if you win. And each keyword must be input separately. Winners must be legal residents of the USA. They'll have a complete list of rules published on the tncradio.live website, probably Sunday, this upcoming weekend. And no, this is not an April Fool's joke, all right? So get ready to be a winner with Hot Shot Secret and tncradio.live. There you go. Hit the magic twanger here. Hello, Chris. How we doing?
Doing great, buddy. How are you? You recovered?
I've recovered. I'll tell you what, once I got, I couldn't sleep for love or money Monday because I had slept nights, literally Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't sleep, I was kind of dragging Monday night into Tuesday morning, but now I'm back on schedule. So, I've recovered.
Well, that's good to hear. That's the way I am every time I'm on here. It takes me a couple of days to recover from the overnight. I'm on the opposite schedule. I sleep at night.
Yeah. Well,
normally.
It was great to see you live and in person there last weekend at the truck show. Hard to believe a week has already come and gone, but you got to meet a lot of people, a lot of friends out there. I've spoke to a number of folks that came by, and they were very impressed with how professional the folks at Hot Shot Secret are.
Well, that's good to hear. They are very professional. It was a lot of fun getting to meet everybody and go hang out. That was a good time.
So how was the show overall? Kyle made it sound like you had some pretty good sales. I think you said record sales for the Mid-America Truck Show there. Good show overall, you think?
Absolutely. Usually, it's 50% marketing and you hope to sell a little bit, but we did great on the sales. We did great on the marketing. I never had a chance to walk the whole show. I don't know if you did.
No.
But I would have to say between our two booths, we had to be within the top 10, maybe 20 most active booths from all the ones I've seen. Hopefully next year we can get our booth and your booth right next to each other or together into one booth. We couldn't do that this year, but that would be a lot better.
I think that would be a brilliant idea. Yep, that's a year. I mean, they've already got the dates scheduled for next year, Chris. It's March 30th and 31st and April 1st. They did actually, they published the numbers. I mentioned last evening, for so many years I had been in that North Wing lobby area, which doesn't get nearly as much traffic. I kind of felt like Thursday and Friday, I was mentioning it seems like things are busier. Seemed busy to me. I guess maybe it was a different location for me. The official numbers, according to Toby Young, 58,000 and some change, somewhere between 58 and 59,000 attendees. So nowhere near the record. The record was somewhere between, I think 75 and 80,000 a number of years ago. I can't remember exactly what year it was. So overall attendance was down a bit, and I guess some of that could be attributed to the OEMs not being there. And some drivers said, hey, Steve, look at the price of fuel. I mean, that may have impeded some people from driving to come at $6 a gallon for diesel.
Yeah, I could see that. But the overall footprint of the show seems smaller. Without having all those big rigs and the new things, it just seems a little less, sexy or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
But it was fine. I mean, it gave us a chance to talk to a lot of people, and I don't know of any opportunities we had, where it was just slow enough where you wanted to go out and get a sandwich or something. Where in the past, I was telling the folks that were working there this year, I said in the past there were times where a whole hour would go by that we wouldn't talk to anybody, and that's when we were up in the North Wing next to you guys. It would be 25 people at the booth and then nobody for the next hour.
Mm-hmm.
But it was not like that this time. There was just a steady stream of people. It was great to hear all the stories. It was great to hear all the questions and answer questions. that was the best part. And, if nothing else, it really gives us a good opportunity to get in face to face with our customer base so that we're not losing track of who we are and what we're doing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, and it was good
Sometimes
to have.
It's not hard to get in the bubble.
all the guests.
Especially if you like the bubble. It's a pretty bubble.
Well, we had I got to interview a lot of cool people, some I had never met before. And of course, the opportunity to meet Sarah Lee there. That was, when I'm interviewing, Chris, I don't know if you realize it or not. A lot of times I'm kind of, you'll notice I'm looking at this, I'm looking at that, and I'm kind of hearing half of what they're saying and not everything. And I actually went back and listened to that interview on Wednesday, and I'm like, yeah, that was because you really kind of took over. You did more. You were kind of more or less interviewing Sarah versus me, but that was really a good interview.
Oh yeah, I mean, her passion and her story is just great. That's one thing I really, really appreciate is just people that have passion for what they're doing, and they're not just humdrum. They just stand out in the crowd, and for some reason, I'm just attracted to those types of people. They love what they're doing. They're into it. And boy, she is really, really passionate about what she's doing. It was exciting.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to get, Chris is going to be with us till 5 a.m. Eastern time, long night. And then of course, he's going to be dragging butt throughout the day, April Fool's Day. Our number, 844-844-3388. We'll get down to the brass nuts and bolts of things right after a news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Biden is announcing plans to combat rising gas prices. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis isn't impressed with the plan to put an average of 1 million additional barrels of oil on the market each day from the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
I see Biden, he's going to take out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is just kind of like a Band-Aid. It's not going to make a sustained change in the trajectory of the price of energy.
The governor saying the United States could be energy independent, but Biden closes Keystone, cancels leases, and refuses to open ANWR. The U.S. Drought Monitor says more than 40% of California is sliding deeper into a drought. Officials saying an extreme drought is affecting Northern California from Sonoma County north to Humboldt County. USA Radio News.
You've heard us talk about the luxurious Giza Dream sheets from MyPillow. Well, now they're on sale, 60% off, as low as $39.99. Lots of other overstock items and a free copy of Mike Lindell's book, What Are the Odds from Crack Addict to CEO, with any purchase, but you've got to use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, the Radio Listeners Square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175.
Are you diabetic and searching for a healthy beverage to enjoy every day? Consider diabetic-friendly and delicious Gluco Down drink mixes. Gluco Down drink mixes are specially enriched with prebiotic fiber, essential vitamins and minerals. There's no sugar or caffeine.
Gluco Down's clinically proven prebiotic fiber helps maintain blood sugar levels in a healthy range, especially after meals.
8 diabetic-friendly, delicious flavors. Shop now at Amazon. Search Gluco Down. That's Gluco Down.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Spartacus is on board this morning, listening in, seeing nothing but stars across Kansas. All right, good to have you on board. Terry said, Harrisburg, it is raining cats and dogs, got 55 degrees. Bart Simpson, fantastic Steve in that golden voice. Happy April Fool's Day. Absolutely love your show. Thank you for listening, Bart. All right, Rodney says, why is I-40 closed both ways around the 41-mile marker in Tennessee? I've been sitting here like over 3 hours now. To which I did a quick search for you. Here's what we've got from Fox, the Fox affiliate out of Fayette County, Tennessee. Part of I-40 shut down due to police activity. According to the Highway Patrol, they've closed all eastbound lanes of the interstate near the exit 42 that's close to Somerville. Video shared with the Fox affiliate from drivers stuck in the traffic shows law enforcement surrounding a white pickup truck. Those drivers said authorities were yelling at a man named Frank to put down the gun and come out of the truck with his hands up. In the video, it appears the authorities were blocking westbound traffic as well. Another driver tells Fox they heard law enforcement say to the man in the truck, "Come on out, let us help you." Now, that led to the interstate closure about 6:30 p.m. Some drivers who were stuck in the traffic reported they heard authorities yelling at the man or telling the man, it's only a stolen car. All right, Fox 13 says there is a helicopter circling the scene. The exit ramp and both shoulders of the section of the interstate were also closed. So if you're still sitting there, I don't know if that's an ongoing situation, obviously, whether authorities have had to shoot the guy or if it's just a standoff and they're trying to get him to peacefully come out. But there's what you got going on. If I get more, I'll pass it your way. All right, so how about those winds last night, Chris? I mean, it was trash night in our neighborhood, and I had a sneaky suspicion, and I was correct. Man, oh man, when when the sun came up this past morning, the recycle bins and trash cans, trash was all over the neighborhood. The neighbors out picking up cans and bottles, and what a mess we had.
I know, it's crazy. The weather just swings back and forth at 70, then 37, and 16, and 70. I'm getting worn out with it, but it's just part of the cycle. It's got to be spring soon, right? I mean, we got to get out of this.
I hope so.
1 week, 2 weeks?
Yeah. We had like 60-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know. Were you there up in Mount Gilead? Did you have the winds like we had?
Not 60 miles an hour. No, it wasn't. I mean, it was windy and things like that, but not monsoon like you're talking about.
Okay. Well, all right. So as we get things off and rolling here, before we get to our callers, I always like to kind of let you kind of start things off with what Hot Shot Secret's all about, where you got started, how we do that drill with maybe new listeners that have joined us. I think we found a lot of people. That was a great idea that I don't know who came up with it, Kyle or whoever it was. The cards, the business cards, where all you have to do is scan the back of the card, and it'll automatically take you to download the app. A lot of people are coming by, downloading the app to listen to the program. So we may have some new listeners.
I hope so. That would be a great thing. And we've got big plans to get even more listeners on board as time goes on, as you know. So my story, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Chris Gabrelchik. I'm the CEO and founder of Lubrication Specialties. Our main brand is Hot Shot Secret. We focus on diesel additives for the fuel system, diesel additives for the oil side, for the transmissions. We started off just basically as an industrial commercial type of salesperson, where my job was to go into plants and try to find problems and fix them, based on tribology or the study of like lubricants and that type of thing. So my job is to come in and find out why things were breaking down and then fix it. At one point in, I think, 2005, International Truck and Engine asked me to fix a problem that they were having with the Ford pickup trucks. They were building engines for Fords. They were called a 6-liter engine. A lot of people are familiar with it. To make the really long, cool, interesting story shorter, we came up with a solution. They didn't do anything with it because Ford started making their own engines. So here I was, a one-man show with a really good solution to a problem that cost most drivers between $3,000 and $4,000 to get fixed, which meant their injectors would just go out every 50 to 100,000 miles, and it was extremely frustrating. And this product would go in there and clean out what was called stiction, or what is called stiction. It's a burnt, gummy residue that's left inside the injectors. So we can clean it out safely, get them back on the road. It was a permanent fix. It wasn't something that was just masking a problem. It actually fixed the problem at the root cause. We started talking about it on forums, or I would go on forums and talk about it, and then we started selling a few bottles here and there. Next thing, we started doing a few truck stops and then a few retailers. I went on Steve Sommers' show, told everybody about it, and we started selling a whole lot more of it. Eventually, because it was the only product in its class, we sold a lot of it. And the retailers started asking us for more products, like what could you do with fuel additives? And that's when we came up with our second product, which was Diesel Extreme. And the goal was to make it the best fuel additive money could buy, and worked, for months on that with several chemists from other companies to come up with the best fuel additive money could buy. And, it would address all the issues in the fuel side of a truck, from the tank all the way through the lines and the pump to the nozzle tip. And it became an instant success. And then the request came back, what do we do every day? This is a once-a-year cleanup. What do we do every day for keeping our systems clean? That's when we came up with our everyday diesel treatment. And then the FR3, which was a product for the oil after your system's cleaned out, to use as a secondary treatment. So by and large, the idea is our company is founded on solving a specific problem, or making something for the diesel engine that's the best in the world. In other words, if it's not better than anything else I can find from any other country, then we shouldn't be selling it because somebody else has already done a better job with it. And that's why our product line is fairly limited in number. We don't have hundreds of products. We just have dozens, and it's because we focus just on the best of the best and problem-specific solutions. We try to find things that are happening and find a solution to it, and if that's possible, then we offer it. And that's how Hot Shot Secret got started. Now we've got 2 facilities. We're shipping products really all over the globe at this point. Company's been growing a lot. We're up to about 80 employees. It's all right here in Mount Gilead, Ohio. We just keep moving forward week by week. Steve Sommers is a part of our team now. When iHeart decided that they didn't want the show any longer after, how many years was it, Steve?
The show overall from
WLW had it?
1984 when my father started, when I took over in 2004. I had 24 years in it at WLW.
So, when we found that out, we thought, man, this is a, really good opportunity, especially since, the Steve Sommers family was part of our family. I mean, Hot Shot Secret and Steve Sommers, I think since 2010, we've been on there and got to know some of the drivers through talking to them, that type of thing. So we came up with a way to put the show back on the air. And since then, we've been plugging away at it. And Steve's doing a great job. The show's been a big hit. Everybody seems to appreciate it. I think one of the things that we're trying to do that's different is bring more information and more, I say education, but not in the classical way like a classroom. But my feeling is we don't want to waste your time. Like I try to tell our marketing department that a lot of times. It's like, when I'm listening to a commercial, listening to a program, I don't want to have said, man, that was a waste of time for the last half hour. We want to put more impact on it. So we try to bring you a lot of good information, just like Steve's doing with the weather, with accidents, with trucking news. I'll try to do that with any kind of lubricant or additive type of information. I'm a trained tribologist. My discipline or my area that I focus on is generally in the oil or on the fuel additive side of things. That's what I know the most. I've been doing oils and additives for 25 years. So, if you have a question about your engine oil, an engine oil for your lawnmower, an engine oil for your car, different additives that are on the market, we're not going to bash anybody. We're just going to tell you what we know about it. Same way with the fuel systems. We like to try to find problems and fix them. So feel free to call in and ask questions all night. That makes the night a whole lot more fun when people are calling and asking things, and we're coming up with good solutions. Also, a lot of times we get ideas for new products coming from the listeners on this show. They'll come up and say, hey, did you guys ever think about this? And usually the next day I'll go into R&D and say, hey, so-and-so called in and this is an idea. Can we do anything with that? So that's really what we call the LSI family. And we consider all the listeners to be part of that, and Steve Sommers and Lisa and everybody. It's just, we look at it as a big group think type of thing. And we're all trying to do a good job. We're all trying to move forward in life. And that's part of what this is all about.
I had a caller the other night asking about, he was, he'd just come in, he was introduced to the product, the Stiction Eliminator, primarily first out of the box. And he was like, well, do you offer, what do you offer any other products? And I'm like, oh man, Hot Shot Secret has grown into, the product line essentially runs the gamut from actual, oils, synthetic blends, European blends. Transmission, the transmission restore. You've got a proverbial laundry list of products that you've developed over the years since the creation of the Stiction Eliminator.
Yeah, it's funny how it's evolved. We started off fixing the problems with the Ford 6.0. So just in case anybody's not familiar with that specific engine, they run really, really warm or hot. And the injectors have an oil side and a fuel side. And the problem is the oil normal oil would just literally shear inside of it. And this goes back to what you're just saying, how we developed the lines out and kept biggering it, as my kids say. But one of the things that happened was, as this oil burns up inside the engine or inside the injector or on the turbo, the Stiction Eliminator, which was our first product, would clean it out and make it run perfect. And everybody would come back to me. And these were, by and large, hot shotters or repair type people. Like the first year, that was a lot of like electricians, plumbers that had a van or a pickup truck, oil field workers. They're driving a Ford Explorer with a 6.0 diesel engine in it. And they're saying, okay, this fixed my problem. My truck's running great, but I don't want it to happen again. How do I keep it from happening? I said, you need a really good engine oil, one that won't shear and burn up and leave deposits behind. So you need a full PAO synthetic oil. Well, where do I get that? I said, I'm not sure. Let me look. So then I started calling all the people that I knew. I said, let me call Shell. I called Shell. I called Chevron. I called Mobil. And they all said, we don't offer a PAO synthetic oil in the U.S. We only offer it in Europe. And I thought, well, this is kind of dumb. I mean, somebody should do that. So we came up with a pure PAO, which is a group 4. For those that you don't know, it's when you look at synthetic oil on the shelf, that's a group 3, which is it's an oil based off of crude oil that's been re-refined to make it cleaner and better. And they call that synthetic. Well, there's a man-made product called a PAO, and that's a full synthetic man-made molecule. So that's what you need, because you can't shear. You can't break it apart. Like 2 million miles, 3 million miles, you still won't break it apart. It just lasts that long. So we started blending this. It was called Blue Diamond engine oil for people, primarily fleets that needed something that was that robust. Now, it was expensive at the time. I mean, it's expensive for us. We weren't making a lot of money on it. We still don't make hardly any money on oils, but it was maybe like $50 a gallon. And everybody at the time was like, man, that's really expensive. How do we justify that? So then we came out with a bypass filter. So the idea was, it's funny how this whole thing just trickled down. So the idea was, okay, we have to have a bypass filter, because if we could do 1 micron filtration on the truck, then that oil can stay in there for 100,000 miles, which would justify the cost of it, which would keep your injectors and your turbo from going out in the first place. So it was this whole chain reaction. So we came out with the Blue Diamond oil and then the bypass filter to help make it all make sense. And then it just kind of kept growing and growing and growing from there.
So there's a lot we can talk about here. We'll get your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind? Your chance to say hello to Chris Gabrelchik. Speaking of which, I'm looking here. Pappy checking in this morning. He's on Facebook. Good evening, Chris. Great job in Louisville. And thanks again for all that you do. There's Todd checking in from Little Tokyo, a.k.a. Georgetown, Kentucky. The legendary Big Moose is on board. He says, I can't sleep. I thought I'd tune in with my fellow insomniacs. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Wasn't it great to get to, that's the first time I actually got to meet Big Moose in person, was in Louisville there, Chris.
Really?
Yes.
I did not realize that. I thought you guys went way back.
He's been calling pretty much since we got on. I don't know that Moose ever really called on my, from when I was on at 700. He said he listened in and whatnot, but he'd be right out of the box. He started calling when we came on with this new venue, and up until he kind of retired, he was a regular caller. Now he just checks in now and again. But yeah, it's the first time I met him.
I'm telling you what, that man, he could be a stand-up comedian with all of his stories.
Yes.
He had us in stitches all night long. We were laughing so hard at all the stories he was telling. That was a lot of fun.
A man with a lot of experience out there on the road. All right, hold that thought. We'll be back in 2, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, once again, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Dingbat's been hanging in there. Let me see. Hello, Dingbat. What's going on out there tonight? Hello, Dingbat. Is that Dingbat? All right, who's got the 501 area code? Well, they had an update on what's going on in Tennessee. And if it's not Dingbat, I don't know who it is. All right, well, let's see what's going on with Eagle this morning. Eagle, how you been?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Well, are you taking regular phone calls, or are you doing the trucking questions?
Oh, it's first Friday here in the month of April, and it's Chris Gabrelchik, Boss Man, joins us tonight. So we were kind of talking about the Hot Shot Secret stuff. What'd you have on your mind?
Yeah, we could do all of the above, man. We're loose. Right, Steve?
I didn't want to talk about Hot Shot tonight, even though it's a good product. I wanted to talk about Joe Biden and the gas situation, what he did today.
Okay, what do you think? We're going to release a million barrels a day for the next 6 months.
I wanted to talk about that. Me personally, I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference in the price of fuel. As I'm driving around, I'm still seeing $5, $4 and $5 a gallon. You know what? He said it might not take effect until April. Sometime in April before you actually see the difference. But I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. And besides that, Steve, Joe, this is basically a waste of time because, like I say, he's still not doing what really needs to be done. Is opening up the pipelines and let these guys go back to work so we can start pumping our own oil. I believe that's what really needs to happen. Going into the reserves, he's talking about he's gonna release 1 million barrels. That's like I said before. I don't know how to put it in words, but that's not really solving the problem. I think he's desperate at this point, Steve, because he knows that people are. He's still not doing what he's supposed to. What I'm basically saying, he's basically just trying to cover it up with this, I believe, because this is not really the main problem of why the gas prices are going up. If we pumped our own fuel like we're supposed to, we wouldn't be having this problem to begin with. And as you know, he shut the pipeline down first day on the job, and that's only. And he continues to this very day, Steve. He was on television again today, and he's still blaming Vladimir Putin for the gas prices. And he ought to be ashamed of himself for blaming Putin for these problems because the Russian war has nothing to do with the sky-high gas prices in America. It all leads right back to one man, and that's Joe Biden. And what do you think about that?
I say you're 100% correct. I mean, day number one, when he shut down the Keystone Pipeline, he made it off limits for federal lands to open new leases. We know what's going on, and this 1 million barrels per day for 6 months. So we're going to release 180 million barrels of oil. That's not what the strategic oil, reserve is designed for. I mean, it's designed for, say, for instance, we actually got drawn into this conflict. If things were to spill over into Poland and all of a sudden NATO, Article 5, and we get drawn, and that's what it's supposed to be there for. So now we're going to start pulling millions and millions of barrels out, and it's not going to be there in the event of an actual emergency where that's what it's designed to do. Representative, I believe, Buddy Carter said exactly that. This is not what the reserves are for. They were never intended to bring down the price of gas in this country, but to be available in the event of an emergency. I mean, of course, any help we can get with the price of gas right now, that people would like to see it, but this could have all been avoided, like you said, Eagle. It could have been avoided. It should have been avoided if not for Joe Biden and his war on fossil fuels. We wouldn't be in this position right now. Now we've got a war on energy independence. I mean, day one, it canceled the Keystone Pipeline, stopped oil permitting on federal lands. Meanwhile, of course, the polls show a majority of the American people are blaming Biden for the prices. They're not blaming the Russia-Ukraine war, which, of course, that's what the White House is trying to blame. But all right, Eagle, thank you so much for checking in this morning.
Well, hey, Steve, the prices went up before the war.
Oh, yeah. Prices were going,
fuel was up.
They were going up steadily from day one of this new administration. They just spiked higher with the war starting.
Yeah, but we were over $3 before Russia ever invaded on gasoline, before Russia invaded the Ukraine. And I heard several people, on commentators on, written news and on the radio saying, one of the reasons that Biden didn't do anything with the Ukraine was because that gave him an excuse for the high gas prices, because then he can blame it on Russia, which he did. So I don't think that's what the problem is. It's because he stopped all the drilling and scared the heck out of the oil companies.
All right, let me see. Brain Dead's on the line. How you doing, Brain Dead? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a while. You want the truth or a lie, Steve? I can tell you both.
Take your pick. It's April Fool's Day,
Well, you know what? My mom told me not to lie to nobody unless I was a lawyer or a politician. I don't plan on being either one of them today. Maybe tomorrow, but
okay.
The situation in Tennessee, I sent you an updated link from Fox 13 from it was like 10:30 tonight. They're saying it's a hostage situation or a police standoff. Both east and westbound is closed.
Okay.
Nobody's going through. A lot of people need to pay attention. Do not trust your GPS. If you're driving a truck, there's a lot of skinny, narrow back roads that are twisty-turny, twisty-curvy. Do not follow those. Stay on the main roads because you'll be on the next episode of Twisted Truckers or whatever Facebook mistake page of what drivers have done.
Okay.
Because they did interview somebody on the WMC TV, the NBC affiliate, of people that got lost and drove around and barely found their way out. So unless you know that area, stay out of that area. Stay to the main roads. Like I said, I don't know 110% what's going on, because I know poor dingbat, she fell asleep probably on you like Eagle did, but she's got to get up early in the morning and go do that nasty 4-letter word like everybody else does on a Friday.
Work.
Not us. So
okay.
Yeah. So I was hoping to get up to Mid-America to see you guys, but plans get changed at the last minute. So looks like you all had fun up there.
Yes, indeed. Sure did. Good time.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll try next year. We don't know, but I'll send you an email off the air about something. I'll send you an email off the air about something, Steve. But I got to get rolling on, Steve. You all have a good morning.
Thank you. Thank you for the update there out of Tennessee. So I guess it sounds like that is an ongoing scenario there. All right, so our number 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you when we come back after the news break. Knucklebuster had checked in from Florida last evening as the storms were approaching where he was hunkered down there, just south of Mariana. That's where he was. He just emailed and he said, Steve, I'll tell you, I feel like I'm lucky to be alive. As it was an EF2 tornado that touched down right there where he was last night. All right, more to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The president is making moves to get soaring gas prices down. Speaking from the White House, Biden's authorizing a massive release from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Biden saying an average of 1 million barrels of oil will be put on the U.S. market each day for 6 months. The president also has a message for oil producers.
For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing.
A student at a South Carolina school is dead after being shot by a fellow student. The murder taking place at Tanglewood Middle School on Thursday. The family of the 12-year-old boy releasing a statement confirming his death. The student who allegedly shot him has been arrested. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
That was an out-of-body experience.
Gary Lay, an engineer, describing the feeling of being on Jeff Bezos' most recent Blue Origin spaceflight. Blue Origin spaceflight services conducting its 4th passenger spaceflight Thursday with the engineer Lay and 5 other passengers. Negotiations on additional COVID funding are taking place in the Senate.
The gap has been narrowed greatly, and we're intent on working with Republicans to cross the finish line.
Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, noting Democrats want to authorize more money than Republicans. He called it urgent funding to extend COVID services and treatments. Schumer warning the United States can't get caught flat-footed if there's another deadly COVID variant surge, and reminding everyone,
but we need to reach 60 votes to get something passed through the Senate, and so we're going to push as hard as we can.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Russia claimed during diplomatic talks that they would ease their military force around Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. However, United States officials say that is not actually happening. This as White House officials say that Russian advisors are misleading Russian President Vladimir Putin about their military progress in Ukraine. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says he does not believe that's the case.
I don't think Vladimir Putin is left in the dark. He can see what the rest of the world can see with his own 2 eyes. His plan to immediately seize Kyiv and topple the Ukrainian government in 2 or 3 days last month was foiled.
Former President Donald Trump is saying thanks but no thanks when it comes to being Speaker of the House.
During a TV interview on America's Voice, Amanda Head and John Solomon spoke to former President Trump on their show, just the news, not noise. He was asked how he felt about Matt Gaetz, saying he should be nominated for Speaker of the House.
No, I think that it's not something I want to. A lot of people bring it up. It's brought up all the time. No, it's not something I want to do. I want to look at what's happening, and then we're going to be doing something else. No, it's not something I would be interested in.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
The top prize in Saturday's Powerball jackpot is $222 million. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 here. Get underway at 844-844-3388. Hello to Deborah checking in. She says, good morning, Steve. I'm a little bit late tonight, but I want everybody to be safe out there, especially my driver. That's another couple we had a chance to meet there in person at the Mid-America Truck Show. Deborah checks in on a nightly basis. Guess we keep her company while her hubby's out there moving that freight, doing the business. Country Bumpkin checking in from Jacksonville, Illinois tonight. There's JR, morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. Joe checks in, morning Steve, a little late on my check-in. We've got a nice 57 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody have a good weekend. All right, yeah, several people said, talking about trying to make it sound like Joe's going to bring down the price of gas and fuel at the pumps. Somebody said, did somebody say there's an election coming up? Yeah, he wants to get the prices down ahead of the election because the people are blaming him. Rightfully so, because he's the culprit. All right, weather-wise, let me jump over to right on the heels of our back-to-back weeks of severe weather outbreaks. I mentioned Knucklebuster had called in, I guess, an hour or two before the storms rolled through, where he had parked the truck in Mariana, Florida, in the Florida Panhandle. Sent me the link where the National Weather Service confirming an EF2 tornado touched down near Mariana as those storms rolled through Florida and Georgia. The tornado touched down just southwest of Jackson County, just south of Mariana. No other information about the track of that particular twister, but the National Weather Service did get out there and do the damage survey this past day. They assigned it an EF2 rating. That means that tornado was a strong twister. It did cause significant damage, winds up to 135 miles per hour. Glad you made it home safely. He's back at the home 20. I guess going to be hitting the hay with Tennessee tonight. Now, already, hate to be the bearer of bad news, forecasters expect April is going to follow right in the footsteps of March as the table is already being set for another round of severe weather, including possible tornadoes across the South next week. The tornado risk may be accompanied in this case with a heightened flood danger. Big dip in the jet stream across the center of the country early next week is going to bring a storm from Southern California into the Southern Plains. As this feature moves east, it'll pull up plenty of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. Emphasizing this is going to help provide one of the atmospheric ingredients for severe weather early next week. The initial area of concern in the first few days of the week will be focused on portions of Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana once again. In those areas, when compared to the recent outbreaks, the hazardous weather may be slower to evolve and spread eastward Sunday night into Monday night. As the storm moves east, portions of the southeast and the Gulf Coast could all be at risk for severe thunderstorms Tuesday and even Wednesday of next week. Depending on the exact speed of the storm, they do tell us Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle once again could all face volatile weather. All modes of severe weather could be possible at this point, from flooding downpours and hail to damaging winds and tornadoes. Some of the areas that may be threatened by next week's severe weather have already been hit hard by destructive thunderstorms and tornadoes just in recent weeks. But another hazard may emerge in the pattern next week, regardless of the extent of severe thunderstorms. It will be persistent downpours, heightening the risk of flooding. Some parts of the South could use a thorough soaking, but this rain may come down at too quick of a pace for the ground to keep up. We could be talking rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour in the heaviest thunderstorms. Wow. Now, this could lead to sudden rises in small streams and overwhelm storm drains to the point of flooding of secondary roadways and neighborhoods. Even if serious flooding doesn't develop, travel delays and disrupted outdoor plans will be in the offing next week. Now, this is going to add to the recent rain and help break the drought across northern Florida, Georgia, into South Carolina. However, they don't expect the drought's going to be completely erased, as it looks like drier weather is going to be in the offing once again for much of April. All right, let's get back to our callers here this morning. Chris Gabrelchik joins us here on a Friday, April 1, April Fool's Day. Hello to the Rambler. Morning, Rambler.
Well, from morning from Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you got Steve Sommers and Chris Gabrelchik pumping out audio gold from the hot shot secret bunker in the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati, where this cheapskate won't even put cheese on a cotton-picking White Castle. Can you believe that, Chris? Can you believe that? You pay this man all this money, and he won't even spring for cheese on a White Castle.
Well, that's his choice, man.
Hey, Steve mentioned last night that you like to escape the north and be like the rest of the snowbirds and go down to Florida. I want to ask, and I'll get into product information and questions. What part of Florida do you like to go to?
We're down in Venice, south of Sarasota. When we used to camp, we went for 20 years. We'd gone down for a couple of weeks, and we would go all over the Panhandle, East Coast, West Coast. I mean, I feel like I've been everywhere but Miami. Never spent a lot of time there, but for the most part, we've been all over, and we just always loved that Venice area.
Okay.
I know it's a lot of older retirement people, but it's not. There's a lot to do, but it's not like a spring break. A bunch of teenagers drinking too much and throwing up. So, part of it was fine. I mean, we just always kind of, I don't know why, just always liked it.
Have you ever considered the Gulf Coast of Alabama, per se, Gulf Shores or Orange Beach? You ever thought about trying to come and visit us along the Gulf Coast and see what our great state would have to offer you?
No, that's on our bucket list, is to go all the way around and down Texas to get an RV and just go all the way around. The reason we used to go up to like Pensacola and that area up there, Santa Rosa. That's as close as we've gotten over there. But the problem has always been it gets cold up there in like January and February. I remember being there in February one time, and it was in the 30s. We'd gone down there for vacation. It's like, well, this isn't any fun. It's like, it's freezing out here.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Normally,
and you get one of those. Yes,
Right.
so go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, the further south you go, you're more assured of the warmer temperatures earlier on in the season, like January and February. We've had beautiful weather up there, like St. Andrews State Park when we would camp there in February. There's times I've been up there and it was 75 degrees and beautiful. And then there's times we've been up there and it was, like I said, 34 degrees and not beautiful. So it's unpredictable. But
Well,
beautiful.
that's wonderful. Well,
I mean, the beaches are gorgeous, the white sand and all that.
oh yeah. You get over there towards Destin. Yes, it's sugar white sand, beautiful blue water, and yeah, I mean, you're right. You get one of these cold fronts move through during the wintertime, you get the vicious wind and 30-degree temperatures. That's not very good. But yeah, come on out. We had the Rods. This is Rod, and if he's listening, he knows who I'm talking about. They'll be coming down here. I'm going to meet them probably somewhere and get a bite to eat and take pictures and everything like that. They're frequent callers of the show, and we're going to meet up with them. They're going to come down to the Gulf Coast. But I just wanted to throw that out there. But now I'll ask questions about Hot Shot. Chris, I've got a 2002 Honda Civic EX. It's my work car. I've got 217,084 miles on it. I've got to do an oil change. And I know I need to use full synthetic, and I want to hold 8 ounces out and put Hot Shot in, so it'll run better. But what kind of synthetic? Because I mean, I drive for O'Reilly Auto Parts. Matter of fact, it's funny. I just delivered to one of our biggest hub stores over in Kenner, and I saw a thing of Hot Shot that we were delivering. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely selling on our end. But what kind of synthetic? Because I normally just use our name brand O'Reilly full synthetic. But I wanted to pick your brain, and I have a suggestion for you to maybe make a lot of money. But I want to pick your brain and ask about that, because I want to try and keep the car. Everything's going up thanks to the puppet in the White House. Just want to pick your brain, see what kind of synthetic, and really, do I need to just put 8 ounces of Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator in a gasoline engine? And then I'll get into this great idea I've got for you.
Okay, so the 8 ounces of Stiction Eliminator at 217,000 miles is a great idea, because at that point we've got to have some burnt up, nasty, carbony stiction crap in there that we want to clean out. One of the things that, for the other people that don't know the product, one of the unique things we did with Stiction Eliminator is we came up with a way to clean out the inside of the engine and reduce wear and reduce the coefficient of friction. So what that looks like is, a lot of places that have engine cleaners or engine flushes, they're basically using some sort of solvent. And in essence, it's some version of paint thinner. And that's going in and cleaning out your engine. The problem is you create a lot of abrasive wear and you break down the hydrodynamic lubrication. So it's good for cleaning, bad for engine wear. What we did that was unique is we use these, what's called a Group 5 ester. It's, like a synthetic oil that's kind of exotic, and it cleans really well, but it also puts down like a lot of lubrication for you. So we're actually able to reduce the wear in the Stiction Eliminator by 62%, which sounds crazy, just it goes contradictory to what we've learned our whole life. How are you reducing the wear, breaking the wear in half and still cleaning? When you think about cleaning, your mind just generally goes towards like a Brillo pad on a pan. And the last thing you're thinking about is reduced friction. You're thinking, okay, you're scratching stuff off to clean. Well, we do the opposite. We're able to gently remove it by using the esters. So that's really what was unique about that, and it's even patentable if we decide to patent it, which we talked about and thought about doing. So the first thing, cleaning out the inside is the right idea. As far as the synthetic oil, we have synthetic oils. Ours are Group 4s, where most of the other ones on the market are Group 3. Everything on the shelf is going to be a Group 3. Out of the Group 3s that I've seen on the shelf, we have not tested the O'Reillys to see where it is. I will tell you, for the days when I was driving truck and picking up oil and delivering oil myself, O'Reilly's isn't making engine oil. Somebody's making it for them. So I remember one time when I was at the Valvoline plant in Cincinnati picking up, because they used to have 24-hour pickups. So I take deliveries down, and I go down, all the way down through the northern end of Kentucky there, and then I swing back up through Cincinnati at like midnight. I could load and then bring it back up here to unload it in the morning. And I remember looking at, this was back when I was younger and maybe more naive, but I went in and there was probably 20 different brands of oil on the floor, like hundreds and hundreds of pallets, of course, and everything from Duke and Duchess to Valvoline and Marathon and everything else. And I seen the blender going by, and I said, do you guys blend all these separate? And he just laughed at me. He said, no, man, it's all the same oil. We just blend one batch, put all the different bottles. It's the same thing, man. We're not blending 20 different oils. So I thought that was kind of funny. So I don't know who makes O'Reilly's. I don't know how it compares with others. I have always, just looking at the oil analysis that come through, which we get, literally hundreds of oil analysis reports, and I don't have time to read them all anymore, but I used to. Like every day, first thing I do is open my email, read all the different oil analysis coming from everything, just to kind of get an idea of what's happening. I've always seen really good results coming from the Chevron and from Mobil. Chevron, I always thought was top tier, and again, same way with Mobil. Now those are like a different class of oil than what we've got. I mean, what they're doing is like a Chevy or like a Ford F-150. What we're making is more like a Ford F-350 diesel. I mean, it's like just two different classes of oil, and I mean, two different price points as well. And sometimes you don't need an F-350 diesel to deliver something, and you just want an F-150, so it's fine. But those are the two that I've always thought were heads up above others. Most generally, and I'm not trying to make a statement against anybody, but most generally, like the Rotella would not hold up as well as some of the other oil analysis. And
right.
That's not an indictment on them as much as, they're the number one selling oil. I think they have 80% of the market. So you have a lot more opportunity to get a better sampling with that. But just looking at them, whenever I see the Mobil and the Shell come through, it's just, wow, that's not bad. I mean, it's not like ours, but it's better than the other ones I looked at.
All right. That's awesome, man. I know I used to work at a milk bottling plant, and they used to sell this brand named Jersey Farms, and I used to laugh, and people said, that has a unique taste. I'm like, yeah. I actually run the label on this. That's dairy fresh milk, now known as Board. But thank you for answering my question. Now, before I go, you got to listen to this. This is an awesome idea. You need to get your guys on it, because this is something that everybody, I see this on the road all the time. And I'm shocked Steve, as smart as Steve Sommers is, has not brought this to your attention. Because you can really corner the market on this wonderful idea, Chris. Listen to this.
I'm ready, man.
Lubrication. Blinker fluid. Blinker fluid. You can make a killing off of blinker fluid, Chris. You should really invest in blinker fluid. Thank you, Steve, for taking my call. And y'all take care on April Fool's Day.
Thank you, Rambler. You have a great morning. Yeah, blinker fluid.
We need blinker fluid and slip them, Steve.
That's great.
We'll put that with...
All right, we're a couple minutes from news updates, so hang out. Horse Feathers wants to check in here with a Chevy guy on the board. I see. We'll find out who that is. It says this is Animal Mother checking in. Wanted to talk about the overnight truck and share Mid-America Truck, Louisville, Kentucky. We'll find out. Hey, we had some interesting racing news. Formula One announcing that next year, 2023, there will actually be a night race under the lights on the streets of Las Vegas. After the roads are resurfaced, drivers will race around the 14-turn, 3.8-mile circuit, reaching speeds of up to 212 miles per hour. This will be the third race in the States, as they already do race at Circuit of Americas in Texas and they're scheduled to race in Miami this year around the Hard Rock Football Stadium. Now, Ryan sent me a photograph. This is going to be a race course design, like literally right around the actual strip in Las Vegas, going past the MGM and the Wynn and all the big hotels. That'll be pretty cool to see under the lights in Las Vegas. Anyway, NASCAR heads to Richmond Speedway this weekend. The big event Sunday, 3:30 Eastern Time. Thanks for keeping us up at night. Don't worry about the name pronunciations, Steve. You get the point across anyway. Thank you to Chris for keeping Steve available to all of us listeners here in Listenerland. Yeah, Ryan's been kind of putting together a little racing report for me, like Seg used to do. We had our nightly racing report, so thank you to Ryan for helping out and being a part of the program. With that, it is 844-844-3388 news break, and we return a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
1 in 5 teenagers say they've thought about suicide. The CDC reports more than 40% of teens say they feel persistently sad or hopeless. A deputy director at the CDC says the data echoes a cry for help. President Biden says it's too soon to determine whether Russia is really scaling back some military operations in Ukraine.
There's a lot of speculation, but he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating.
Speaking at the White House, Biden saying he's also not fully buying into intelligence, saying Russian President Vladimir Putin has been misinformed about his military's performance in Ukraine. The United Nations says 400 million children in 23 countries are dealing with partial school closures due to COVID. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, it is coming to you live from the secret bunker on a Friday morning. Hope you've had a good week, all set for the weekend. Any big plans this weekend? Not in our book. Update on the wildfires, Gatlinburg. With 2016 fresh on people's minds, when 14 people lost their lives in that fire. Yeah, Thursday was day 2 of the Hatcher Mountain Road Indigo Lane fire. Efforts had kind of shifted from evacuation to containment. The rains that pushed through indeed helped slow the spread of the blaze that erupted on Wednesday. With those incredible winds and the popular Smoky Mountain Retreat, Sevier County's mayor said Thursday no reports of fatalities or missing people. More than 200 people and 70 different agencies have been involved in fighting the fire. It was 30% contained as of Thursday afternoon. But they said the people took the advisories, the warnings to get out, and did not hesitate, remembering what occurred in 2016. Numbers at the shelter kind of ebbed and flowed as families checked in to see if they could return to their homes. At the peak, the community center had 131 people taking shelter, according to the Red Cross Disaster Action Team there. People are, of course, worried what they left behind, their homes, their pets that couldn't be found in the push to evacuate. But this, again, reminded residents of the devastation of 2016 when walls of flames tore through Gatlinburg, 14 dead, 190 injured. The fear from the last time was heavy on everybody's mind. The mayor said, everybody's like, oh my goodness, we got to go. There's no waiting this time. They were on it, which was good news. I did say the shelter saw vacationers from all over who had rented the cabins and evacuated their rental cabins. They were anticipating more visitors at the shelter as different roads were shut down through the day on Thursday. Firefighters spent much of the day Thursday kind of patrolling the perimeter, focusing on hot spots, trying to keep the fire from getting any bigger. All right, so there you go. Update on the wildfire there in Gatlinburg, and that was pretty scary for a time. But indeed, the rains, much-needed rains, helped slow things down there. If they hadn't got the rain, it would probably be a much different scenario. What do you say, Horse Feathers?
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Chris. Good to have you on the air here for the 1st of the April here. Just make sure nobody's telling you your shoes untied, right?
That's right, man. It's great to be here. My favorite day of the month.
There you go. Well, it's definitely one of ours too. So, anyways, hey, Steve, real quick, you're talking about the fires. I thought I heard a report that there was a second fire either on the other side of the hill or another hill down in that area down there. Did you get any reports of that at all or not?
I know there were two separate fires. The one I was just alluding to was, I guess, the larger of the two. I don't know. I'll see if I can get an update. Yeah, but there were two separate blazes down there. Yeah.
Yep. So I guess one thing they were worried about was if it had the possibility of the two of them merging, but if things are slowing down because of the rain and everything, that's a good thing. So, but anyways, I guess we'll go to Matt's. Chris, what a wonderful show it seems you guys had down there. I was actually asked by a couple of the neighboring booths if we could kind of get back in front of our own booth, because we were kind of scattered out a little bit there, and we were blocking the way for other people to do their business a little bit. So I guess the neighbors noticed the amount of attention that your booths were getting. So
I actually felt bad. I apologized to the guy with the gas cans next to us. I said, man, we didn't mean to bogart your booth. He's like, no, it's fine. We're getting all kinds of traffic because you guys are here.
yeah, we jammed everybody up. Nobody could get by. It's like, well, we have to sit here and look at something. So I guess while we're waiting for the Steve Sommers booth, we'll look at these wonderful gas cans that had a pretty good idea. They had a hose that came out the bottom and a valve handle at the top that was vented. You could set the thing on the hood of your riding tractor or whatever and pour gas down into the tank and and start and stop the flow with a handle. It was a pretty good idea there. So I did take a business card because I couldn't see the need to have to buy a gas can there and then end up having to check the bag on the airplane just to carry the gas can in. And it was bad enough that I got held up in the security there, the security checkpoint there. I got waylaid there they were insinuating that I was smuggling contraband into the airport and trying to get it on the plane. It come to find out, I got the agriculture people there, and I don't know how many other people's there. There's alcohol, tobacco, firearm, and they had all these people there at 4 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't believe the amount of law enforcement was there.
Because it was an empty gas can, though, right?
No, I never bought one of those. I had a Ziploc baggie that had jelly beans in it.
Oh.
They had me all held up because of these jelly beans. I'm trying to, take these jelly beans across the country, and oh my, I figured I was going to jail all over jelly beans. Can you imagine that?
No, why? What did they care about the jelly beans?
I don't know. They had some report about, jelly beans that were being distributed that were, non-sanctioned or something. And there was a cartoon character that was there at the truck show handing them all out. And I tell you what, I just couldn't believe the amount of trouble I was going to get in there over all them jelly beans. And it was just a little Ziploc baggie of them, It wasn't like I had a plate full of brownies that, had the Mary Jane in it or anything. I just don't understand.
Mary Jane? Dude,
no.
You're showing your age when you say Mary Jane. I don't even think half the people out there know what that means.
Yeah.
There you go. But anyways, it was all good time in that. But now we appreciate you, getting everything, having your team set up what they did, because I know it's everybody from Mount Gilead to everybody that came down to, work down there in Louisville and get everything set up the way they did. And it was a good show. And actually, to tell Steve here real quick, and, I think you weren't there Saturday, but from what I understand, the satellite company that was there, when they shut their booth down at 11 o'clock or 11:15 after their personality gets their normal morning personality gets done, I guess they shut down their feed pretty much. And apparently there was a lot of other people that had satellite troubles from what this person I was talking to said. So I'm wondering if that satellite company had some sort of booster in the building that was actually boosting the internet signals a little bit, and that caused problems there at about 11:30 in the morning with the internet service, because the internet service was terrible in the building to begin with all 3 days. You know, I know I couldn't open anything on my phone. I couldn't open any apps on my phone whatsoever inside the building. But anyways, I don't know. I guess if there's one thing to ask them there for Mid-America, you know, you guys spend all that money for those booths and that they could try to have a decent internet service inside the building, so that, you know, you're trying to do your seat giveaway or get people to go to your website or whatever, you know, that it would be things would work a whole lot smoother there for the smartphones and whatever other electronic devices people are trying to use in their building, you know.
So things have never worked ever since I've been going there. The internet has never worked unless you paid for it through the expo center. And the explanation I always got was those cell phone towers aren't made to handle 50,000 people at one time. I mean, that's what they told me in years past. They said that, you know, they're made to handle X amount of traffic as people are driving through or people that live in the area. But once you get that many people in one spot pulling off one cell phone tower, it just bogs it down. And that's why it's so janky when you get there. I don't know if that's true or not. We had to pay for internet because we knew we couldn't use our phones.
Okay. Well, as this was just saying there, we appreciate you being there. I did want to mention that the other day there, Steve said, you know, I guess it was yesterday that Steve brought it up, that the Hot Shot secret team has been established there for the Make-A-Wish convoy, and I definitely want to thank you for that and the $5,000 matching contribution you're working on with that. I apparently got another contribution myself because I'm up over $2,000 now. I benched just shy of the 2,000 mark, but I got another one. But but we got Kyle on there as the captain of the team, and we got to try to find a few other people to be on the team with us there. So, but definitely, you know, many thanks for that.
I have a feeling that you're going to be like in the top 5 or 10. Right. The way Kyle was rocking and rolling, trying to pull people together. I think he'll have you up there in the top 10, you know, before the thing comes together.
Yeah, I'm hoping. We're actually the Hot Shot secret team right now. If Steve gets it brought up there, is actually the number 2 team there. The only one ahead of us is the Mannheim Auto Auction, which is actually the host facility of the event. So we're right there. So just right in the very beginning, we're already up there in the top 5 there for the team. So we're good that way. But yeah, my individual one there, we're still a little behind, but I got people that I've asked that said they want to contribute, and now, you know, I've told you I'm a bad person to ask for money. Now I got to figure out how I go back and ask people that said they would contribute that still haven't, how I ask them a second time now. I don't know. I don't know how to go back and hound people now after they promised, you know, well, they didn't really promise. They said they would, but I got to figure out now how I go back and keep asking them until they actually do give. So now I got to figure out that dilemma. But anyways, it's all good. It's all for the kids, and we're
Horse Brothers. What's the deadline on that?
The convoy itself is Mother's Day, May 8th, and I believe, from what I understand from previous years, the donations that are received up until Father's Day still get applied to this current year. So it's really all the donations that we can bring in all the way up to Father's Day will get applied to this year's convoy.
But you want the big splash to be on Mother's Day, right? Because now, like, you want to be number 1 by then.
Well, what happens is that the contributions from this year are the placement for next year. So the contributions I had last year, which included your contribution in my individual account because I was the only hotshot secret driver. So that moved me up from just being a general participant up into the 21st position for this year. So I'm starting out as a 21st truck out the gate this year because of what the fundraising was from last year. So this year's fundraising goes to next year's. And,
I gotcha.
And so far the number one driver this year so far has already raised $30,000 on his own. So
whoa,
so it's another corporate donation, and I'm not sure if he works for them or has connection with them somehow, but they make their corporate contribution and it goes as his name. So that's kind of the way it goes. So, but in the end, as I say, it's all good because it's all for the kids. And I told Steve there the other day, we actually had one of the kids out of this chapter was able to go to an event down in Disney. It's I guess the new Star Wars Galactica event that they have down there. I'm not really sure about it. Maybe Philip can, if he hears about it, can actually tell us more about the. I don't know if it's a ride or just more of a thing to do. It's a hands-on, I guess.
No, it's a ride. I've been on it. It's awesome. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a.
Well, Make-A-Wish had 22 kids that actually went and participated with that, and one of them from the chapter that the convoy, contribute, the money that's contributed to from the convoy actually goes to help that chapter, and one of the kids was actually able to go down there and do that with that group. So they got a bunch of pictures on their website and everything from it, and it's all pretty cool, seeing some of these things that the kids actually get out of what we're able to do for them. So,
okay, well, send me the link again, and I'll maybe pass it on to some of our vendors and ask them if they can kick in some also.
All right, and Kyle, as I say, Kyle actually has the link for the team, and he is the captain, and I think he's a little shy on his fundraising because he has $100 in his. I got the 2,000 in mine, and Kyle's only at 100. So I guess we got to get Kyle out there to get knocking on doors or something. Maybe I don't know. He works hard enough as it is. He's fine. He's doing really good, and we appreciate that. So
that's all right. Give him a hard time anyway. He deserves it.
I hear you. So all right. Well, thanks again, Chris, Steve. As always, appreciate what you always do for us, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you in the future there a little bit.
All right. Thanks again for all your help
Sounds
with the
great.
booth there, Horse Feathers in Louisville. Let's get a quick 2-minute timeout, and we return on a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, going back to, I guess it was Sunday or Monday. I think it was Sunday. Kyle had posted, I guess it was the Shy Diesel trailer that got stolen there in the parking lot at Louisville. Are you familiar? Did they ever get that back? Do you know, Chris?
I do not. He was telling me about it. I was shocked. I mean, I got to think about somebody backing up and stealing a trailer. It's like, holy smokes. Plus, it has a title for it and everything. I guess they steal cars, but it seems odd to me.
Do you know, was the trailer loaded, or was it like stolen over the weekend when the show was going on? Did they lose a bunch of equipment, or do you know?
He didn't go into detail about all that. He was just telling me that the Shy trailer got stolen. And I said, how? And he said, somebody backed up and just took it. And I said, how? And that seems kind of, I don't know what was in it. I didn't hear the rest of the story. I should have asked all those questions. I was just shocked at the whole idea of it. I guess I guess I could see how somebody could do it. It just seems weird to me.
I guess the criminals key on an I guess they know that the vendors are going to be unloading their stuff. The show gets underway, and they could probably have unfettered access out there for several days, because once you're in the show, you're probably not even paying attention to the trailer out there in the parking lot.
No, you can't, because you're inside working, right?
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
Well, you would think they'd have video cameras and security and everything. I mean, couldn't they go back and look at the footage and say, hey, here's the license plate of the person that took it?
I would think, yeah, there's cameras everywhere these days. I would assume they've got some cameras looking at the parking lot, but all right, let me get back to the callers here at 844-844-3388. Good morning, Chevy Guy.
Morning, Chris, Steve. Really appreciate y'all putting this show on. I've enjoyed both of them. All right. I'm not worried about them selling the oil of the reserves. Matter of fact, hey, if it's $40 a barrel oil that was put in there, and they're selling, they're putting it out there and actually getting a profit from it, it'd probably be the first time our government's actually doing something. Problem is, to refill that reserve with Middle Eastern or Russian oil would be a crime. But listen, my grandsons are working their tails off. In West Virginia, he works on the oil rigs, and there's two of them there. And the other one does the fracking crew. And every time he goes to work, it could be in Pennsylvania. They fly them all over the country. They'll have the trucks out there, and they'll man the trucks to do the fracking. So they're busting their tail on private land. And I guess the question to be is, what is your opinion on now I get it. Without lifting a finger, the oil that's already being produced has gotten, they're out there anywhere they can to pump oil. When it got over $80 a barrel, they're making money. And when it got over $100, they're making big money. Profits are high. That's without them lifting a finger. Do you think that they're saying one thing and doing another thing? And we do know that the price at the pump has more to do with the guy in the three-piece suit and the high-rise in New York City. But what is your opinion? I imagine you've actually talked to some of these people. I know we can't depend on anything that the politicians say one way or the other, but would enjoy hearing your opinion on it because it's definitely affecting you negatively. So
oh my gosh.
Leave it.
Yeah. My humble opinion, and I say humble, but this is not my everyday thing. I'm more about the lubricant, but I do talk to people in the oil business, and believe it or not, the price, I'll go backwards in the order that you gave them to me, but the price at the pump has more to do with supply and demand than almost anything else. I mean, as the supply, as the demand goes up, the price goes up. If the demand goes down, the price goes down. So there's a thing I learned early on in the oil business called Refinery Economics. And the short story is something like this. These refineries take 28 days to get up to speed. So once they start producing, they can't stop producing. Like, you can't just shut it down for the day because, we want to do service. They have to keep going because it takes a month to get it up and a month to shut it down. So I don't know if everybody remembers back during the pandemic, they had no place to put all the product being produced from the refineries. So like some of the things we were buying, bright stocks, they were literally almost giving them away because they had filled up every tank, every tanker, everything they could because nobody was buying it. Well, then, they shut down the refineries because they just had everything filled up that they could possibly fill up. And then the demand took off again. Well, now it's going to take 30 days to get back up to snuff. So basically the refineries I talked to, they said, we had planned shutdowns anyway. We went ahead and extended them thinking we'll go ahead and do some extra maintenance and things because demand is so low. We have so much supply, but then things took off so quickly. It reversed the whole thing. So, that's one piece of the puzzle is that the supply and demand is what actually drives the pricing. I mean, if everybody stopped driving for 2 days, the price would go back down. There's nothing else they could do. They'd have so much of it sitting around, they'd have to sell it. But the price of crude, on the other hand, that's going to swing back and forth. And a lot of that has to do with the regulation and where it's coming from. The guys I talked to that were up in Canada where they're doing the Canadian sand oil, where they're extracting the oil from the sands, they said you have to break $80 a barrel for that to be profitable. And I think, in essence, what they do is they take the sand, like thousands and thousands and millions of tons of it, and they steam it, and the oil drips off of it, and then they dry it, and they refine it and turn it into gasoline and diesel. But they have to get the pricing up before that's worth it. Same way with fracking. I mean, the fracking's all good and happy when the price is up. When it drops down low, fracking gets pretty difficult to do because the pricing's not there. So the instability in the market, not knowing what's going to happen, has the tanks that we have, like you said, the people that are fracking, they're going like crazy right now. The problem is that all the new wells aren't being drilled because they don't know like where the future is, and they're being restricted by the government. And the other thing is they shut the pipeline down coming from Canada. So a lot of that sand, the oil that was coming from the sands, we can't get it now, or at least, they're going to send it out towards the Pacific Ocean and ship it out to China because of what Biden did. So, I mean, things like that crippled a huge supply demand issue that we have because it's shutting down the supply part of it, making the rest of it worth more money. That's the part I know about it. Does that make any sense?
Yes, absolutely. It's just, we're getting all that information, but then you politicians like to throw in the clinchers, make it look like different issues. Obviously, Biden shutting down the pipeline. Now, listen, in World War II, when we went to war, we started producing 4 ships out of a shipyard, 4 ships a month. So I'm pretty sure if we would go to war with China or any kind of lasting war, number one, any oil, we wouldn't be losing oil to China. They wouldn't be getting it from us or our allies. So that would increase oil that maybe that the oil reserve has, but also it would be an emergency, declare an emergency in 60 days, 60 miles, a pipeline, have that up and running. Except for I heard on the news, Canadian news, you've got people in Canada trying to shut down their oil production or their oil industry.
Trudeau.
So
Justin Trudeau is doing the same thing Biden did.
Yeah. It'd be odd to get the 60 miles built, and then guess what? There ain't no oil going to come through it anyway. But, you'd have the oil pipeline, and you'd have the railroad and trucking. So we'd get more oil from Canada. And all our local oil in an emergency so we have the reserve. And so we don't need to operate in fear. We can do this. And, but I appreciate you answering that question.
I'll give you I'll throw one more thing on. I know Steve's like, hey guys, we got to hit the news. But one more thing to consider is those national oil reserves, that million barrels a day that they paid $40 a barrel for 10 years ago, they're selling for $100 now. So they're, making $600 million a day extra. I mean, the government's cashing in on this. They're not giving us that oil. They're selling it at today's market price. So, they bought low and they're selling high. They're making it sound like they're doing this great thing for America. The truth is they just added billions of dollars to their coffers, but they're not going to talk about that.
All right, we will get our news update. You're right. We cross over another hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The president is making moves to get soaring gas prices down. Speaking from the White House, Biden's authorizing a massive release from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Biden's saying an average of 1 million barrels of oil will be put on the U.S. market each day for 6 months. The president also has a message for oil producers.
For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing.
A student at a South Carolina school is dead after being shot by a fellow student. The murder taking place at Tanglewood Middle School on Thursday. The family of the 12-year-old boy releasing a statement confirming his death. The student who allegedly shot him has been arrested. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
That was an out-of-body experience.
Gary Lay, an engineer, describing the feeling of being on Jeff Bezos' most recent Blue Origin space flight. Blue Origin space flight services conducting its 4th passenger space flight Thursday with the engineer Lay and 5 other passengers. Negotiations on additional COVID funding are taking place in the Senate.
The gap has been narrowed greatly, and we're intent on working with Republicans to cross the finish line.
Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, noting Democrats want to authorize more money than Republicans. He called it urgent funding to extend COVID services and treatments. Schumer warning the United States can't get caught flat-footed if there's another deadly COVID variant surge, and reminding everyone,
but we need to reach 60 votes to get something passed through the Senate, and so we're going to push as hard as we can.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Russia claimed during diplomatic talks that they would ease their military force around Ukraine's capital city of Kyiv. However, United States officials say that is not actually happening. This as White House officials say that Russian advisors are misleading Russian President Vladimir Putin about their military progress in Ukraine. Arkansas Republican Senator Tom Cotton says he does not believe that's the case.
I don't think Vladimir Putin is left in the dark. He can see what the rest of the world can see with his own two eyes. His plan to immediately seize Kyiv and topple the Ukrainian government in 2 or 3 days last month was foiled.
Former President Donald Trump is saying thanks but no thanks when it comes to being Speaker of the House.
During a TV interview on America's Voice, Amanda Head and John Solomon spoke to former President Trump on their show, Just the News, Not Noise. He was asked how he felt about Matt Gaetz, saying he should be nominated for Speaker of the House.
No, I think that it's not something I want to. A lot of people bring it up. It's brought up all the time. No, it's not something I want to do. I want to look at what's happening, and then we're going to be doing something else. No, it's not something I would be interested in.
From the USA Radio News Pacific Northwest Bureau, I'm Wendy King.
The top prize in Saturday's Powerball jackpot is $222 million. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, right back at it here. Another hour underway on a Friday, April 1, April Fool's Day. Let's get back to our calls. Thanks for patiently hanging in there. All right, who we got on the line? Somebody wanted to talk about Louisville. Hey, go ahead, go ahead. It says, this is the animal mother checking in.
Hello, Steve.
Hey there.
Hey, listen, men and women, are you going to talk the talk or walk the walk with the animal mother? Salute to Steve Sommers. Steve, thank you for having me on the line. I greatly appreciate it. Listen, I just wanted to say, I've kept my ears open, and I've had them wide open in the great Ohio Buckeye State. And I want to know, did Mr. Stinger reach out to you yet?
Stinger, that is a negative. Have not heard from Stinger, no. Brother from another mother guy.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Mother from another mother, and every disgusting thing that comes off his disgusting fat body. I want to tell you, if you want me to do my part, I will do my best to get a hold of him, because he has called at nighttime on some WLW radio shows, and I will make sure that I get a hold of him, because I believe he needs to come to you, sir.
Okay.
He needs to reach out to the truckers, because he is a trucker. And I thought maybe he came to the trucking show to reach out to you. But things happen, and I'll do my part. Steve, love you much. You're a great man. And you take care, and you have a great night, and I'll talk to you all later.
All right.
Good night.
There's a name from the past, Stinger. You remember him, Chris? He's the one who would always say, "Hey, salami bacon. Hello, my brother from another mother." Remember him?
I sure do.
Yep, that was.
So he doesn't call in anymore?
I haven't heard. I don't think he was into any social media. He may not even be aware that we're here if he didn't find it on Facebook or whatever. But yeah, I know he's a local Cincinnati guy, so yeah, he's out there somewhere. Let me see here. Susie Bell checking in. God bless the Hot Shot Secret Company for getting this show back on the air. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret, for all your outstanding products. And thank you, Mr. Sommers, for your great shows. Well, thank you, Susie, for listening in. There's Marianne checking in. Morning, Steve. Have a great day. Eskimo Mom on board. Howdy from Indiana. Yeah, she's listening to Rambler earlier. She said, that's funny. Got a rainy 41 degrees. Ernie on board. All right. Yeah, Ernie, good to see you there at Louisville. How's it going, Steve? Big shout out to Chris. It was nice meeting him. Eric and I had a great time. That's the father and son that hung out with us there at the back door that night. Remember that? Ernie and Eric?
I sure do. Oh, yeah. Yeah, nice guys.
Looper checking in from Niagara Falls, New York. Got 40 degrees, overcast, a breezy night tonight. There's the Cadillac Mac. Got some snowflakes flying up around St. Mary's, Ohio this morning. All right, Evan, snowing in northern Indiana. Anyway, great show. It goes by the handle Show Dog. Good to have you on board there, Evan. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, Chris, and the Overnight Drive crew. Evan then chimed in and said, demand is down right now. People aren't driving nearly as much. More selective missions. Okay, well, yeah, people are driving less, I guess, because the price. I do know people are trying to consolidate trips. Say, all right, I'm going to go to the bank, going to go to the grocery, going to stop off here and get it all done in one trip so they don't burn as much fuel. All right, thank you all for checking in. Our number, plenty of room for you this Friday morning. Jump on in, say hi to Chris, see what's going on at 844-3388. I believe, is this Frank checking in this morning?
Yes, sir. Top of the morning. This is Frank from Louisville.
Morning, Frank.
I got several questions. How you doing? How you doing, Chris?
Doing great, man. Doing great, Frank. How's things in Louisville?
Hey, they're great. I mean, temperature-wise, a little cold, raining. I'm heading over to Illinois. Question, 100,000-mile oil change that you said earlier. Now, explain that a little bit. With your Blue Diamond and a bypass filter, I get 100,000-mile oil change.
Yeah, so this is something that scientifically can be done very easily. The problem is it doesn't have a lot of social acceptance, so it takes a while to grab hold of the idea, but once you do, it's really easy. It kind of reminds me sometimes of people that put tuners on trucks. At first it kind of makes everybody a little bit uneasy, but once they start doing it, man, those guys, they change the tunes for performance, they change them for speed, whatever they're trying to do. So the same thing can be done with oil. The oil, if you use a full PAO group, it's a Group 4 synthetic oil, and that's what our Blue Diamond oil is and our Black Diamond. It literally can't be broken apart within millions of miles. So we started using this in offshore drilling rigs, and this is how the whole system came up. Out on a drilling rig, it costs more money to boat the oil out there, change the oil, boat the used oil back inland. So they came to us, this was 25 years ago, and said, can you come up with a system that we can put in these Cat engines, leave them in for 40,000 hours, which is about 2.5 million miles on a semi-truck, and never change it. And we said, yeah, we can do that. And what we came up with was a PAO. It was a 14 TBN oil, which is the amount of detergent in it, which is like twice as much as we use today. They put a bypass filter on it. They were using a Spinner 2 bypass filter. There's 2 or 3 really good brands out there that will all work. including ours. And then they tested the oil every 100 hours. And then as they watched, the oil was perfectly clean. The PAO did not break down, but the detergent started to go south. It's kind of like, you're washing dishes and you got this dirty water. If you filter that water out and just kept washing dishes, well, the dish soap kind of goes away and there's no more foam. So you put some more Dawn dish soap in. If you kept running it through a filter and adding more detergent to it, you really wouldn't have to ever change the water. Well, the same thing with the oil. So they ran it for 50,000 hours, took it apart to do a complete check, and everything inside spec'd out as brand new, like just as good as the parts they were putting in. They said the bearings were the same as the bearings were putting in. So, the theory is that you could actually just go indefinitely. So the rest of the story is, and I'll talk as long or as short. Steve, you can shut me up when you're ready to. When you put a 1 micron bypass filter on it, one of the things you're doing is you're removing all the abrasive wear. So if you can picture the inside of your engine and that oil is splashing around in there, and the metal parts are scratching each other because that's just what they do. They're wearing out, normal wear and tear on an engine. Little metal slivers are getting hardened close to the combustion chamber. Then they're going into your system and they're scratching things up and they're creating 2 more metal slivers. And those guys are creating 4 more, and then 8 and then 16. It just creates normal wear and tear. That shows up as iron on your oil analysis. Now, your spin-on filter, the one that goes, the regular spin-on that you have, the OEM spin-on, is about 15 micron. Now, keep that number in mind, 15 micron. What we're going to do is take it down to 1 micron. Now, common sense tells you can't choke the engine for oil. Like, you can't run this through a filter so fine that the oil's not getting in there to lubricate things. So what would happen is you would start the engine and it would die. So it's basically kind of like a screen door that they put on there. That oil filter that you spin on there has a bypass spring in it. If you look at right down the center, you'll see the spring. And what happens is as it starts to load up, the spring opens up and allows part of the oil just to bypass around the filter because I can't starve the engine for oil. I have to keep the oil going there. So your OEM spin-on filter is really like a screen door. It's not made to keep out all the impurities. It's just made to keep out the nuts and bolts. It's not taking out the little slivers. What we did, and not other people have done it also, we've taken a bypass filter. Bypass meaning we're taking a section of the oil off to the tune of about a quart to a gallon per minute. We're running it through a 1 micron filter, and then we're returning it to the oil reserve. Now, what this looks like is an additional canister that goes on the truck. If it's a pickup, it's about the size of a roll of toilet paper. If it's a semi-truck, it's probably 6 inches in diameter and maybe a foot to 2 feet long. And what we're going to do is take this down to 1 micron. The idea would be like a kidney dialysis machine or a swimming pool filter. If you think about, you go out there and the water's all green in the spring and you put your filter on and you're running the water through there and it's dumping it back in. By the end of the week, it's all cleared up and it looks crystal clear. Well, we do the same thing with engine oil. So the 3 pieces to this are, you have to use a Group 4 oil so it won't break down. You have to put the bypass filter on there to keep it clean. And then you have to test it at regular intervals and re-additize it as necessary. So as you're starting to see the detergent deplete, we have what we call a TBM booster to re-additize it and keep it going. Now, I've had drivers that have done this for hundreds of thousands of miles on the same oil change, and it works perfectly fine. After you've done it, literally for like the first time, your oil at 50 or 60 or 100,000 miles would look cleaner than the guy in the truck next to you at 15,000. If you both went in and did oil analysis, yours will look better than his because you're using a better base oil to begin with. You're using better detergents and you're cleaning it up better. And you get all the benefits of a synthetic, better fuel economy, less wear, the whole 9 yards. So hopefully that's a good explanation because that's hard to do on the radio. I'm drawing on a whiteboard here just to get it across.
Chris, I understand. You broke it down really good. What I should have said is for a gasoline engine. How we go?
Same principle with the gasoline engine. We're going to use the Blue Diamond like 5W30 or 0W20. We're going to match the weight up with what the manufacturer wants. Now we have a small version of that. It's called a Franz filter. I'm thinking about renaming the Hot Shot Secret. We bought the Franz company back in 2014, and they had a really good idea. They this was done in the 1950s. They took a roll of toilet paper and put it into a filter and used it as a bypass. So what we did was we re-engineered it and made a synthetic filter for it, had new bases, and tried to modernize it a little bit. But the thing works fabulously. I mean, like you could buy a car off of eBay that's got 100,000 miles on it and has old crappy oil, drive it for 200-300 miles after putting the filter on, leave the oil in it, and that oil will come back cleaner than brand new oil. That's how good it works. The installation kits are, that's the hardest part for us, was to come up with good installation kits. So we have like a little plate that you could put on that goes in between your spin-on filter, and it gives you pressurized oil. So it looks like a disc. You put that on, it screws on there, then you screw your filter on it, and then it has a little barbed fitting coming off of it. You run the line to the filter, you mount it somewhere in there, which is, again, that's one of the hard parts. Some of the engines today, everything's packed in there so tight. I mean, you couldn't put a tissue, let alone a filter, but it's around the size of a roll of toilet paper. If you could find a place in the fender wall to mount it, we've got magnets that we've used, just a couple sheet metal screws will hold it. And then you return it to the oil fill cap. That is the easiest installation. I've done them in under 30 minutes. I can do some of them in under 15 minutes. It sounds hard, but it's really simple. Just put the disc on, spin the filter on, put your lines, zip tie them up, and boom, you're ready to go.
That's sweet. So you're saying I go 100,000 miles on I got a 1997 Toyota Tacoma, and it's a lot of room in there. I go 100,000 miles without doing an oil change if I put your bypass filter on there, plus they do use the Blue Diamond oil?
I would say you could, yes. Now,
really,
anything, I got to put the qualifier that something can happen. We got to keep that in mind. But in theory, yes. I've done it with my gasoline vehicles, and I've gone even more than 100,000. I've gone 200,000. If I wanted, I could do a fill. I could do a fill for life. So what I would do with the Dodge Dakota is I would, after I put it in line, I would put a little T with a valve. The valve is like one of the ones you use on like a freezer line, like like an ice cube line going to a refrigerator. So it's just a little T with a valve, so you can open it up and get an oil sample. And I would start the engine. So maybe at 10,000 miles, I would start the engine or keep the engine running. Take the little oil analysis thing and just fill it up, and then you close it off, put the cap on it, and send it to the lab, and it'll say, hey, this oil's great, don't worry about it. Check it again at 30,000, check it again at 50. I mean, just regular intervals to make sure you're not doing anything to harm the engine. But past performance shows that you'd be able to go 100,000 miles.
I mean, you save a lot of money doing that. I mean, 100,000 miles based on 3,000 miles change. I mean, it's less than $500 for your filter and bypass, plus the oil. I mean,
Yep, you're right. I mean, it's the basic install kits are only a couple $100, and it's really a mental idea. It's just hard to get over the idea of doing it, especially since we have been so well trained by Jiffy Lube to run your car in there every 3,000 miles. The idea of doing something like this, people just look at me like, you're crazy, dude. You from Mars? You can't do that. I'm like, I remember back in the days when I spent all my time on the forums because we didn't have a marketing team, that was just me. There was this one fella that was giving me all kinds of grief about my Blue Diamond oil. And he's like, you're so full of crap. You can't do this. You can't do that. So I was getting a little bit heated about it. I mean, because he was just really getting under my skin. And I said, I'll tell you what, run your truck for 15,000 miles. I think he had a 4 6-liter. I said, you run it for 15,000 miles, do an oil sample, put my oil in it, and run it to 100,000 with a bypass filter. And if mine doesn't look better than yours, then I'll give you $10,000. So I said, but we want to bet on it. I said, if I do better than yours, you got to give me 10,000. So he backed off and said, no, I'm not doing it. But it's just the forum, the blog had kept going like maybe 20, 30 things deep, and he just kept, throwing me over the bus. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, your additive stuff, it doesn't have a shelf life, does it?
It doesn't. I mean, we'd say a year or 2 years or something, but it's primarily due to the plastic. The plastic doesn't have an indefinite life, and at some point the additives are going to want to start to go to the bottom. So if I had a bottle of additive that's been sitting there for 2 years, I might shake it up before I've used it.
Shake it up.
Yeah.
All right, thank you,
Actually,
sir.
And just for everybody else, thank you very much. For everybody else, the same thing goes for everything that's on the shelf. This was maybe 20 years ago when I was doing like a lot of testing and things. We tested oil from the bottom of a drum, the middle of a drum, and the top of a drum. And even on like Shell Rotel or anything, there is a certain amount of settling that happens over time. So anytime something's been sitting around, it just makes sense to shake it up first.
All right, very good. All right, we'll get back to the calls coming up here. Who we got on the line? I believe Randy, a big sexy on board. I think Hillbilly Tech's going to check in. I got to meet Hillbilly Tech there as well for the first time there at the Mid-America Truck Show.
Did.
Coming up 5 o'clock this morning for those on TNCradio.live. It's Friday, and when we wrap up the overnight drive, Marcia Campbell, America's Truckin' Sweetheart, brings music and memories. This week, she rolls the clock back to 1997, music and memories. And it's Keep On Talking with Captain Tom Kirk. Tom's guest this week is OOIDA's Executive Vice President, Louis Pugh. I would imagine he got that interview at the Mid-America Truck Show, just like I got to speak to Louis Pugh in Louisville last week as well. First, we'll get a news break here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
1 in 5 teenagers say they've thought about suicide. The CDC reports more than 40% of teens say they feel persistently sad or hopeless. A deputy director at the CDC says the data echoes a cry for help. President Biden says it's too soon to determine whether Russia is really scaling back some military operations in Ukraine.
There's a lot of speculation, but he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating.
Speaking at the White House, Biden saying he's also not fully buying into intelligence, saying Russian President Vladimir Putin has been misinformed about his military's performance in Ukraine. The United Nations says 400 million children in 23 countries are dealing with partial school closures due to COVID. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28. Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Eskimo Mom had forwarded a story to me this past evening. Kind of an update on something that was taking place right about this time 24 hours ago here in the state of Ohio. And not good as I believe it was a state patrol officer, lost his life in this scenario. Actually, it's a Bluffton, Ohio officer. Hit by a car, killed while trying to deploy the stop sticks during a high-speed pursuit on I-75 in Hancock County. According to the State Patrol, 42-year-old Officer Dominic Francis, who's a 9-year veteran of the Bluffton force, identified as the officer killed Thursday morning. According to the State Patrol in a press conference, he was also a school bus driver, a teacher, a youth sports coach. Bluffton police chief added during the news conference, Bluffton's about 100 miles north of Dayton, between Lima and Findlay. It started as a high-speed pursuit in Marion County when a car was spotted traveling at a high rate of speed about 2 o'clock in the morning. A state trooper picked up the pursuit about 2:20 when they spotted the car getting onto I-75. Speeds in that pursuit were up to 130 miles per hour during that part of the chase. Then it was around 2:30 as the pursuit continued on I-75. Francis attempted to place the stop sticks near State Route 103 when the car hit the officer, killing him. 3 people inside the car fled the scene, later stole another vehicle about 3 a.m. on County Road 29, just miles south of where the deadly crash happened on the highway. One suspect was taken into custody near that location where the car was stolen, which leads to another pursuit that ended later miles away in Elyria, near Cleveland, Ohio, after a state trooper spotted that vehicle on I-71, where a second suspect was taken into custody after that pursuit. Troopers and multiple agencies were still searching for a third suspect, which the update this past afternoon was that suspect is now in custody, part of the investigation into, again, what was multiple high-speed pursuits resulting in the death of an officer. So sad news there, but thanks for the update, Eskimo Mom. Appreciate that. All right, let's get back to callers here on a Friday morning, first day of April, with Chris Gabrelchik joining us this morning. And Randy, I believe. Is that Randy?
Yep. Hi, Steve.
Morning.
Chris, I was there at the truck show, and Steve, I seen you Friday while I was carrying a box of the Hot Shot Secret around, but you was sitting there eating, and I didn't want to bother you. Anyway, I talked to Trey, and I got some of that Hot Shot Stiction Eliminator out, and I decided I was going to put it in my Freightliner. It's got a 14-liter Detroit in it. Just got it overhauled and everything, and I asked my mechanic what he thought. He said, well, put it in there, see what happens. So I put the funnel in there, and after I got done to where the level of the Stiction Eliminator was at was kind of bluish, kind of purple looking. He said, oh, it didn't look like it mixed very good from the residue that was, on the funnel, which was oil. I took it out. I drove probably, and it's been windy as all get out. And I got a livestock trailer, and they pull really, really hard. And it took my truck, went from running like a camper in the wind to running like a Corvette. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have believed it. I was like Big Moose said, the snake oil stuff, but I'm a firm believer. And I took the mechanic out for a drive, and he said, what in the world? Do you think that made that much difference? I said, it had to. It's just, I have never had anything change a vehicle like that. I got the whole box of stuff, and I've got the stuff to put in the fuel, but I have not done that yet just because I've just been too busy. But I thought my injectors might have been plugged up a little bit. I thought they sent them out when I had my truck overhauled, but they did not. And like I said, I'm driving it right now, and it runs like a Corvette. Like it's amazing the difference it made.
Thank you for thanks. And that does more for everybody hearing you say it than me, because of course I own the company, so they expect me to say it. But you would not believe how often I hear that. And that's the biggest thing that we fight is people just think snake oil, snake oil, snake oil. And I'm telling you, there is a ton of science that goes into this. I mean, the lab testing, the dyno testing, the different formulations, and I believe it 100% what you just said. There are so many places in that engine that get slowed down. I want to say gummed up, but I mean, I'm just in my mind, I'm visualizing, like the cam lobes, the turbo bearing. I mean, when I see those things pull apart, and you see all this crap built up on them. It's like clean all that out, and you're running like a top now.
I can't believe what it done to my turbo boost as well. I mean, you can't. I mean, I don't have a digital readout or anything like that, but it looks like it helped it probably 3 to 4 pounds of extra boost I'm getting out of it, which makes a big difference if you're going over a hill or something.
Absolutely.
But it actually pulls into the wind with a load on it better than it pulled without wind, just driving empty. I just cannot believe it.
Good. It's good to hear. You know, it brings back a story back when I was first coming up with Stiction in there before I had a name for it. And I was giving out samples to people just to get, you know, I knew how it worked, but I needed some firsthand guys like you to try it and tell me what the real deal is. And this one fella, he came back, he actually came back to the shop and he said, you know, because I was filling up my truck and I think he said he was at a speedway and he said, I shut the truck off and I heard this whizzing noise under the hood and I'm thinking, what the heck is that? I lifted the hood. He goes, "Is my turbo still spinning?" He goes, "I'd never heard it do that before." He said, "I shut the truck off, the turbo kept going." And he said, "It just cleaned it up and that thing was going like crazy." He goes, "It just blew me away." So I think what you're saying is right, and that's good to hear. That's good to hear somebody else, you know, kind of affirm it.
One of my buddies was actually, I seen him up in front of me, and I crept up on him about, well, way faster than I was probably supposed to. But anyway, he said, "What in the world did you do to that?" I said, "Nothing. I just put some snake oil in there and it made it run like a scolded dog." But it has done wonders. I'll be trying some more of that. I need that spray too, because I've got doors on my on one of my goosenecks that it gets gummed up and everything. And I could not think of it the other day when I was talking to Trey, and he probably had it right there, but it's so hard to get right here where I'm at. The O'Reilly's, they have a little bit, and the farm store has a little bit, but they don't have a very big assortment. You know what I mean?
Right. You're talking about the Never Rust spray or just all the products?
Yeah. No, all the products, they don't have hardly nothing. The farm store's got 2 or 3 things, but the spray, you know, that would be the same thing as PB Blaster or something like that. Right. Because when you're loading cattle on the gooseneck, you have to be able to get that door shut pretty fast. And we've got that thing bound up before and ended up cattle running all over the country. So I've got to try and find that somewhere. And like I said, the farm store, they don't carry much of nothing, you know, and neither does O'Reilly's. No. When I asked them to get it, well, it was like climbing an icy slope. They really didn't have no desire to chase it down.
If you go to our website, thehotshotsecret.com, our goal is to get every order out within 24 hours. So anything that comes in before 3 o'clock today should go out today. Anything after 3 o'clock should go out tomorrow. And normally they do a pretty good job on that. The sprays have been particularly difficult. You know, supply chain right now, everybody knows this, but supply chains are so, I mean, it is really, really difficult. Well, I mean, things that used to take 2 weeks, they say will be there April 1st after waiting for it, you know, for 6 weeks. Now they send us a note or they send us an email saying your order's not going to be there April 1st. It's not going to be there till May 15th. And then May 15th comes. It might not be here till July, and we don't know when it's going to get here because we're waiting on this. It's been a really peculiar time to be in a manufacturing plant right now. But the website is probably your go-to on that to get it quickly and the most efficient way possible. And if you use Steve Sommers, you get 10% discount.
Overnight drive coupon. You get 10% off your order. Yep.
Okay. I'll try that. I may end up just having to call over there because I don't do the internet thing. Can you just call and put in an order over the phone?
You can.
Absolutely. 1-800-341-6516. And then, it's 1-800-341-6516. They're open 24 hours a day, and it's not, you know, the call center's not in another country. It's in Utah. They're there. They'll put your order in. They'll answer your questions. We've used them for 10 years now, so hopefully they know the products fairly well. Call there, and they can put the discount code in. Give them the overnight drive discount code. They can put that in for you and wrap the whole thing up.
Okay, very good. Hey, thanks a bunch.
Oh, thank you. That's great, man. We might pull that testimonial and put it on the radio. It might be a commercial one day.
Oh, yeah. Well, I
That's
make
a
$1
good
million out of that. I can stand it.
Well, we'll get you a can of spray lube. How's that?
There you go. Randy, thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to get a quick 2-minute timeout when we come back. Let's kind of right along the line of what he was talking about there, saying, I can't believe that it actually, did what you said it was going to do, that kind of thing. Down in Louisville, one of our listening friends, Q Ball, who was wanting to get to the show but had family matters to tend to, was trying to get me hooked up with a guy that was actually there. Tim Gentry was his name, of Gentry and Sons Trucking. They've got a YouTube page, apparently with a ton of followers. He actually posted a video there from the Mid-America Truck Show, and he had like 66,000 views in 2 days' time. Well, Tim called the program. I guess that was on Tuesday morning when I came back after the show. And, Q Ball had been telling him about the product. He was kind of inquiring. He's kind of curious about it. And, of course, like everybody else, is it snake oil? What does this stuff really do? And I told him you were going to be on tonight, but I said, Chris can tell a story about Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel when you guys actually took your product to them and asked them to test it, which he did. And I want you to tell the story about what Levon Miller had to say after using and testing the Stiction Eliminator when we come back here into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday morning, it is 844-844-3388. So going back to the conversation with Tim Gentry and Sons Trucking on YouTube. When I mentioned Levon Miller, he knew who Levon was. He said, well, Levon's a straight-up guy. What if he said it, it's going to be a true thing. So kind of take me back, your story, how you went to Levon Miller and how they are now the Firepunk Diesel Hot Shot Secret S10 fastest diesel in the world.
Yeah, it's funny. So the way this works, we come up with products. We do lab testing, and I'll just give a little bit of background. We do lab testing first, and then we take it out and we do real world testing with like the last caller that called in, and want to make sure that what is happening on the road matches what's happening in the lab. But then a lot of times we'll take it to a dyno, because for those of you that don't know, the dyno puts the truck or car or whatever you're testing under perfect conditions. If I drive Steve's car 50 miles, the wind could be changed, the the rain can go, the humidity can change. So it's really difficult to get a perfect test scenario. You still have that anecdotal evidence, like the last caller, that tells us that we're on the right track. But getting it into a dyno where you can control the exact amount of torque that's put on the wheels, simulate going up a hill, down a hill, the whole 9 yards. It's an exact, a more exact science. So we wanted to get a dyno done, and we knew that Levon was here in Ohio. So we'd sent him a bottle. We mailed it to him and said, hey, would you test this? Well, weeks went by. We didn't hear anything. So Kevin Adams, our chemical engineer, he's a race enthusiast, and he knew of Levon. He drove over there, and he said, Levon, I'm Kevin Adams. Did you get our sample? He said, yeah, I got some other samples here too. Some other people sent me product, and he had a bunch of them on the counter there, behind his desk. He goes, I don't believe in any of this snake oil. None of it works. So he says, okay, well, can you do a dyno and charge us for it? He's like, yeah, you can, there's dyno time. It costs X amount per hour, so-and-so. So he called me up and he's like, is it okay if I spend money on this? It's going to cost this much money. I'm like, sure, that's fine. So they put a truck on the dyno, and this is one of Levon's trucks, and he did, I think it was 5 passes. It's all on our website, so if I'm getting any of the details wrong, it's not on purpose. It's just, it's been a while since we've done this. So he did like 5 passes on a specific terrain. So like, say you're going 50 miles an hour up a hill, down a hill. I mean, it's an exact computer program. So he did it 5 times to get a baseline. And then he put the FR3 in and did 5 more passes. And he got I'm thinking it was a 3 or 4 or 5% increase in horsepower. And he just couldn't believe it. He said, this truck is, really well engineered. I've tuned it. I've tweaked it. There's no way that you can get that kind of an increase just by adding 8 ounces or 10 ounces of additive, whatever it was. It just doesn't make sense to me. So then Kevin explained how it worked and what it did. And he was just amazed. He goes, I would endorse this just from what I've seen. And he endorsed it for free. So, at the time we were really looking for ways we still are, but then it was really important that we differentiate ourselves from snake oil. It wasn't necessarily that our competitor was Motor Code or STP or Lucas. Our competitor was snake oil. The idea of people look at these things as a snake oil fixture radiator type of thing, and we wanted to go with powered by science. This is not just a product made. So we were looking for ways to prove that. And this was our early stages of marketing. And one of the ways was getting Levon Miller on board. It's like, here's one of the top engine builder in the world saying that this works. Okay, this isn't snake oil. What this guy says it works. This must be something, there must be more to it. Mm-hmm. So we took that opportunity to build on it and build a relationship with Levon and do more testing and even develop products with Levon. This was, before we had any engine oils. We didn't have one single engine oil at the time. So, working with those types of technologies, Levon said, here's what I'm seeing in the transmission. Here's what I get from my engine. How do we fix that? So we started developing a lot of our products around our partnership with them. And that's how the whole thing grew to where it's at today. And it all stemmed from that idea of, we're not snake oil. We want the world to know that. And that's how it happened.
So you said it was actually the FR3.
Did I leave anything out, Steve?
The friction reduced, the FR3. Now, I think I told Tim it was the Stiction Eliminator you had him test, but so the Stiction Eliminator actually has FR3 in it. But once you've used the Stiction Eliminator, that's the initial clean out thing. Then you move to the FR3 for future. So you were you were just developing the FR3 and you wanted to make sure after your testing that in the real world somebody else could prove on a dyno that it does what you say? Is that what you were doing?
Correct. We were looking for ways to have proof positive that, like in a court of law, I can prove this.
Okay.
And he was one. Another one we did is we put a FedEx truck on a dyno at the Center of Automotive Research at OSU. And same thing now, that one was Stiction Eliminator, and we got an increase in fuel economy and horsepower. But it was the same thing. I mean, we were trying to prove out that, this isn't just, Chris Gabrelchik saying that this is a good idea. This is real. Like, we can prove it to you, not in a laboratory, but on a dyno.
And that's what it's all about. So, yeah, I hope Tim's listening in this morning. I know during our conversation, somebody had convinced him to try it. It was AMSOIL, I think, was the product he was talking about. And what is AMSOIL? Is that just an actual oil, or is that an additive? I'm not even familiar with it.
It's probably an engine oil. AMSOIL is a great company. I've got nothing against AMSOIL. They were the first ones in synthetics, like back in the 70s, and they have synthetic regular oils. They do have some additives. They lean heavier on the oils and the dealer network. We're sticking more with just problem-specific things, where I think AMSOIL has maybe hundreds of items, where it's more of a complete company. But I have no qualms with AMSOIL. They do their thing, we do ours. It's just a different way of doing things, I think.
Okay. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit our top of the hour news break, and let me get to Big Sexy. What's happening this morning?
Just out here doing my thing with the paper. Chris, I got two vehicles. I've had that Escape. We talked about that one time before, you were talking about your daughter's Escape. I've been using it for about a year now, and that thing's got about 270,000 miles on it now. I'm going to do an oil change in it again. Do you think I've been using the FR3 in the oil changes. I used a Stix eliminator the first time around. You think it'd be a good idea to use a Stix eliminator again, or just stick with the FR3?
FR3 does a really good job, and I usually try to use Stiction just once a year. So those, if I can just, I know we got a couple minutes, so let me just give a quick idea here. When we were developing the Stiction eliminator, well, the first generation, or version 1.0, we wanted to redo it and come up with something even better. So I went to R&D. I was actually in R&D at the time, but we sat down and I said, we want a product that cleans the Stiction out 30% better than our current formula. And I want it to be like reduce the coefficient of friction and reduce wear better than anything else on the shelf. So we went and got samples of everything on the shelf at O'Reilly's and AutoZone and tested them in a set of tests. Then we started working on it. So we came up with this formula that reduced the wear by 62%, cleaned Stiction 30% better than even our old formula. And then we thought, okay, what do you do as a follow-up treatment to this? I cleaned my engine out. We knew that we had these 3 patented products that made this dynamic reduction in wear and decrease in coefficient of friction. And I said, let's just make this one product. It costs half as much as Stiction eliminator, and it does the job so wonderfully. So that's how FR3 came up. And so that's like your follow-up treatment. And it's, Friction Reducer 3, there's 3 patented products in it. That's how I came up with the name. You can tell I'm a genius when it comes to marketing. They said, what do you want to call it? I said, FR3, Friction Reducer 3. There's 3 main ingredients, and it reduces friction. So.
Well, it's been about a year since I used the Stiction eliminator, and I'm out of FR3, and I'm going to do another oil change probably today. So I was thinking about using the Stiction eliminator again, because I've got some of it. It's been
that'd be a good idea.
Yep. And then I've got this van I bought back about the 1st of November. And the first thing I done when I bought it was change the oil in it. And I've been using the Gasoline Extreme and the FR3 on the oil changes. When I bought it, it was like 19.5 miles to the gallon. Now I'm getting 22.8.
Holy smokes.
It's a Grand
Is that
Caravan.
cool?
So, it's definitely improved it too. And the only other thing I had, Steve worked Saturday last week. He done okay working a Saturday. Don't you think he needs to work this Saturday?
Here we go.
He took Monday off, so I think he's prepared for it. So I think he needs to work Saturday.
Steve's our A team, man. I don't want to get him upset. He might leave me, and then I'd be up a creek without a paddle.
Well, I told him I was going to mention it to you, and I'm surprised he even let me on the air tonight, because he knew it was coming.
We got big things in store for Steve, with going, if we get the syndication thing going this month, he'll probably be doing some fill-in talk show host for some other people, that type of thing. So he could be earning his money double time here pretty soon.
Well, I didn't get over to the truck show. I wished I had. I wanted to meet all y'all, and I didn't get to do it. So maybe next year I can meet everybody. So I'm going to get off here. And
we're looking forward to it.
Let him get on to his break.
All right, even if you want to throw me under the bus, Big Sexy, I appreciate you calling. I knew that was coming. Yeah, we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Friday, TGIF. April Fools, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The president is making moves to get soaring gas prices down. Speaking from the White House, Biden's authorizing a massive release from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Biden saying an average of 1 million barrels of oil will be put on the U.S. market each day for 6 months. The president also has a message for oil producers.
For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing.
A student at a South Carolina school is dead after being shot by a fellow student. The murder taking place at Tanglewood Middle School on Thursday. The family of the 12-year-old boy releasing a statement confirming his death. The student who allegedly shot him has been arrested. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Reaction continuing to come in to President Biden's plan to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months. Martin Durbin is the president of the United States Chamber of Commerce's Global Energy Institute. He says it's Russia's fault for the rising prices.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is what's sending the global economy into turmoil here. And it is true that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was intended to be used in times of global supply disruptions. So I certainly understand why the administration is looking at this and saying Russia is, we're going to see 2 to 3 million barrels of Russian oil come off of the market.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The National Weather Service is upgrading the strength of a tornado that hit Springdale, Arkansas Wednesday. NWS officials originally classified the twister as an EF2, but now say it registers as an EF3. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson worked with some detainees at Guantanamo Bay during her time as a federal public defender. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says he will not vote for Judge Jackson because he believes her past writings have accused the United States of war crimes.
That is not about defending somebody. That is an activist approach to the war on terror.
He says he is troubled with Judge Jackson's work on allowing a Guantanamo Bay detainee to challenge his detention. The Supreme Court has ruled that foreign detainees do have that right. The body of a missing Nevadan has been found.
The body of 18-year-old Naomi Irian was found in a remote part of northern Nevada Tuesday, more than 2 weeks after the woman had been abducted outside a Reno Walmart, waiting for a shuttle to take her to her job. The Sheriff's Department followed up on a tip that led them to Churchill County, where a body was found. On Wednesday, the remains were confirmed. 41-year-old Troy Driver was held on $750,000 bail for allegedly kidnapping Irian on March 12th. He was caught on surveillance footage driving off in her 1992 Mercury Sable. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
California's eviction moratorium is being extended for 3 months. State lawmakers approving an emergency bill that moves the end date to June 30th. Rent relief payments will be distributed to tenants who have been hit hard financially because of the pandemic. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouging. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yeehaw! What'd you think of that live rendition? Big Moose in the booth there in Louisville. That's pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. I tell you what, I wonder if we shouldn't get him into a studio and see if we can record that professionally.
Juice it all up. I mean, at one point he said he's got the whole band and whatnot. I don't know. He did at one point say he'd get the band together one of these days and you'd do a real version of it. You know, the professional version. That's his version, sitting around drinking his Blatz beer with the guitar some Friday night, I think it was. He'd been listening to Dave Dudley music. Can you hear the Dave Dudley in the song?
I can. I like it. Every time I hear it come on, I get a big smile on my face.
That's pretty cool. All right, so, okay, we crossed over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 12:10 your time, 3:10 Eastern. Here on a Friday morning. If you weren't with us in hour number one, let me mention this once again. Hot Shot Secret proud to announce the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest starting next Monday. Hot Shot Secret and TNCRadio.live working with the Independent Broadcasters Association. Going to give away $1,000 a day, part of it's a nationwide contest during each episode of my program, The Overnight Drive. I'll be announcing 2 keywords, as they call it. You go to tncradio.live, use the tncradio.live app, and you can input those keywords, and each keyword you enter gets you an entry. Then throughout the broadcast day on tncradio.live, they'll announce 2 other additional keywords. In other words, you could enter as many as 4 times per day. The noon hour the next day, a winning name randomly drawn for a $1,000 daily prize. But then there's more. A second name will be drawn. They'll also win $1,000. We're going to be doing this each week for the next 5 weeks, but that's not it. When the weekly contest wraps up May the 9th, all the valid entries from the entire contest period will be put in the virtual hat, and one single winner, a $10,000 grand prize to be randomly selected. Now, contest participants must complete all the required fields, including phone number where you can be contacted to be notified. Each keyword has to be input separately, and you must be a legal resident of the United States. Complete list of rules will be published on the tncradio.live website probably about Sunday this weekend. So that all gets underway next week. All right, before we get back to the calls here, one of the interviews I did there in Louisville, Chris, was one of the representatives from Wreaths Across America, which that was a pretty cool interview. He was kind of explaining how many acres and acres they have. They're making these hundreds of thousands of wreaths to be laid on headstones or at cemeteries around the country each Christmas time each year. And this thing has really grown over the years. And I was I didn't realize it in order to, because I said, how many trees does it take to make all those wreaths? He said, when we're making the wreaths, you don't actually cut the tree down. You're tipping the trees, as he calls it. They're just, I guess, kind of trimming or pruning the trees each season. So they're not having to like grow fresh trees every year and whatnot. That was something new to me. But I came across a story this past day, whether folks know it or not. We're going to be here in a couple of years celebrating the 250th birthday of our country, of America, 2026. July 4, 2026 will be the 250th birthday celebration of America. And the story I came across was these guys, the Wooster family. You got Merle, Mike, Rob Wooster. The family has been for years working on this in anticipation of the 250th birthday. If all goes as planned, the world's largest flagpole and American flag, of course, it will be erected. It's going to be the Flagpole of Freedom Park, the newest travel destination. The flag and the flagpole will be at the center of the park in Columbia Falls, Maine. That's about an hour northeast of Bar Harbor in Down East, Maine. And the plan is for the flagpole to be taller than the Empire State Building, if you could imagine. Again, it's the family that started the whole Wreaths Across America. The plan is the Flagpole of Freedom Park will be a historical and educational adventure with an immersive kind of tech-driven museum that surrounds the base of the flag. It will be the only location with the names of all 24 million American veterans that have been killed since the Revolutionary War. Plans include a restaurant, shops, a hotel at the park. That's the bigger vision that they're planning on doing. You've got to see the artist impression of this. It's not just a simple flagpole. If you can envision something more akin to, I don't know, like the Washington Monument, where you can actually physically go inside and go up inside the flagpole, and up at the top of this thing is going to be the big ball, which is big enough for people to actually walk around and look outside. This thing is going to be massive.
See, that right there, that's vision. I mean, whoever did that, that's pretty cool. I love ideas like that.
Like I said, I've got the story with.
And when's it supposed to be completed?
The plan is to have it. The hope to break ground within the year and have this thing open for July 4th of 2026 for the 250th birthday of the country.
All right, man. Road trip.
I'm telling you.
We'll do the show live from Maine.
Yeah, that would be a possibility. The News Center Maine said the park, I guess when it's done, will create some 8,000 year-round jobs and $27 million in tax revenue to build. This is going to be a for-profit park. It's not going to be like the Wreaths Across America, which is a nonprofit. It's going to be a for-profit park. First phase is going to cost about $1 billion to build. And so they're working on raising that right now. But yeah, it's just crazy. But I thought that was pretty cool. He didn't even mention that when we were talking about the whole Wreaths Across America thing. So meanwhile, I just thought I would share that. Let's get back to Hillbilly Tex. Hey there, what's going on?
Good copy, Big Moose. You better back it down. You got a Kojak with a Kodak taking pictures. 8-2 your side. Come on. Hey, good morning, Steve and Chris.
Good morning, buddy. How you feeling?
Man, I'm still surviving. Hey, it was a great honor to meet you, Chris, and all your crew, Kyle and Trey, Steve, Lisa, and Georgia Peach. Had a great time up there, spreading the word for Hot Shot Secret and an overnight drive, and hopefully we done a little good for both of you. And we just had a great big time, met a lot of folks that I ain't seen. I've known them forever, but I ain't never met them in person. It was a great honor to be there, and I sure appreciate you.
Buddy, it was an honor for me to meet you. I'm glad you guys all came out. I had a great time getting to know everyone and see everybody. It was definitely a good time. Next year, we need to do something like really cool, Steve, like come up with a suite or get a party room or do something fun just for us, just for the overnight drive folks.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, now, Chris, you was talking about putting that there song, Old Big Moose, on a regular label. Yeah, we can. That's in the works. We can do that. I see that happens. I go up there and I squish Old Big Moose. Well, he'll squish me, but yeah, we can make that a professional recording there. That ain't no problem. You just let us know to do it and we can do it.
You guys do it. Let me know how much it'll cost. I mean, it starts the show off. We got to have it done as good as it can be done, right?
Well, okay. Well, he just went to sleep a while ago, so when he wakes up, I'll get him on that, and we'll get it done. We've been talking about that for a long time anyway, so, yeah, we gonna get that done. But anyway, I'm gonna get out from here and let everybody else come in here, but it's just a great honor to meet all of you, and if I don't mention your name every now and then, or somebody I met up yonder, it ain't no assault to you. It's just, I can't remember everybody I met. And Chris, I hope you and Steve with the show has got good success, and we'll talk at you next month.
Thank you, buddy. You have a good morning.
Hillbilly Tex. All right. Yeah, it's good to meet him as well. Let's head on down to the Sunshine State. Somebody played in the rain, liquid sunshine in Florida this morning. Hey, Philip.
Hey, bud, did you get my picture?
Indeed I did. Yeah, it's coming down, huh?
Yeah, the old Walmart parking lot's looking a little deep here out there right now. Yeah, it's been all night long out here. It was about 12 o'clock, 12:30 is when it got really rough, but it's settling down a little bit. It's probably going to be on and off for the rest of the morning. How you doing today, Chris? You doing all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing great. Just started snowing here. I'm looking out the window and seeing the snowflakes come down.
Everything is going up in price, and last weekend it was kind of funny with this rain today. I had to go out and put windshield wipers on the car last weekend, on this one and my other one. I didn't think I was going to spend $60 on windshield wipers, but
holy
my windshield wipers. Yeah, my windshield wipers on this, and that's just at Walmart. Windshield wipers on this little Honda were $30 for the windshield wipers for this car alone.
$30 a blade?
Another $30.
Wow.
Dude,
They're 30 bucks. $30 for both blades. Both blades. $30 for per car.
I know that I'm starting to sound like my grandfather about how much everything costs. Like, I had a guy a contractor looking at doing some painting in one of the offices. He said paint is $70 a gallon. I'm like, $70 a gallon? I mean, it should be $20 a gallon. Are you kidding me? So now I really do feel like my grandfather.
Oh, I know. I sure felt like my grandfather when I went in and bought them windshield wipers. If I didn't need them, I wouldn't have bought them. I never thought I'd spend $60 on windshield wipers, but it is what it is. I'm glad I got them because this morning it was pretty bad when we're coming over here. Chris, is there anywhere, I mean, I know you test oil, but is there anywhere that just a regular person can go and take their gas and get it tested to see what the quality of it is?
Ooh, gasoline?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
What are we testing for?
Well, the thing is, it just seems like to me, and maybe it's just me. I mean, I've noticed it down here in the last probably 2 to 3 years. It just seems like the gas quality has gone down. And I don't know if they're putting more methanol in it down here. I mean, we're one of those states that lets methanol in more. I'm not sure how much of it's being in there. I think it's 10 or 20% down here in Florida. I'm not sure. But it just seems like the gas quality today is nowhere near what it was, like, say, 3 or 4 years ago. Have you had a problem with that in Ohio?
Yeah, one of the things that's changed, and it's been about 3 years now, is that the federal government came out and said that you can put up to 10% methanol in the gasoline and you don't have to list it that way on the pump. So like 5 years ago, 3 years ago, every pump would say, 10% ethanol or 10%, whatever it was. Now you don't have to say that. You can just do it and you don't have to tell anybody. And I think they're raising that to 15 or 20%. I haven't kept up on the news on it. So that's one of the change points, is that probably every drop of gasoline out there, unless it says no ethanol, has probably 10%. Part of the reason is I think the government gives a rebate back to the blender and to the fuel jobber to use it, just like with biodiesel. So you just have to assume it's in there. Now you're not going to get near as good a fuel economy, but that's just part of it. The reason they want to use the ethanol is that it helps raise the cetane or the octane level in the gas, so they can use a lower grade of gas with alcohol. It replaces the tetraethyl lead. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Now let me ask you this: a lot of stations, and you probably remember back in the day with Chevron and Textron, is a lot of those stations actually living up to their deal when they say they've put additives in their fuel, like say the STP stuff or the TEP?
Yeah, they should be. Normally, like if me and you and Steve went in thirds and bought a couple gas stations and we decided to brand it Marathon, they'll come out and check it a couple times a year to make sure that we're using their fuel with their additive in it. Now, the thing with the Chevron Techron additive or the STP additive is it's the amount of product that's in there. You can go 1 millionth or 1,000th or 100th, and that makes a big difference on the performance.
Yeah, I used to use the Tetron years ago and bought it out. You could buy it, and I used to use it years ago, back a long time ago. I haven't done it in a long time, but do they even still make Tetron?
I don't know. I know that when we were doing testing, everybody here probably, well, everybody doesn't know, but we didn't have gasoline additives until last year. And it was like everybody was bugging us to come out with a gas additive for 5 years. And we could never come up with anything that was hands down better than everything out there. And R&D kept bringing me things. It's like, guys, that's not revolutionary. It's, basically equal to the Chevron Techron, which right now the Chevron Techron is the best additive on the shelf that we've been able to test. Now, we were able to beat it hands down with the latest formula because we got some really great things in, some different additives from Germany. Normally, we're using like a PEA or PIB are the two kinds of additives they use. But we were able to get something that was unique and something that was able to really push it over the edge. But as far as off-the-shelf additive, if I have to pick one, it's going to be the Chevron Techron because it's the one that performed the best. Now, again, it comes down to the dosage, too. Like you use a little bit, you don't get as good of results as if you use more. So it's directly related to performance.
Yeah. Do those any of those additives like that have stabilization in them?
If it does, it will say so on the label. Ours does. So when we put our package together, we're trying to address everything that could happen, including, like you put your motorcycle away, you didn't use it for 6 months. So we want to make sure that that's taken care of. And we're not going after, I call them commodity products. I don't know if there's a better name for it, but there's some products that they're just made to sell millions of bottles. And that's not what we wanted to do as a company. We wanted to stick with the things that we're passionate about and the things that we love. So, that wasn't a consideration for us to cheapen the product. It was make it the best it could be made. Well, putting a stabilization package in there is the right way to do that. When we did the RV line, we added even more to it. So normally we're trying to stabilize it for a year to 2 years. And then if it's something special like an RV or a motorcycle product or a marine product, we may go 2 to 3 years to make sure that it's covered, just in case somebody lets an RV sit inside for a year and a half. The gasoline would still be good.
Yeah, we down here, with the hurricanes and different things going on, there's a lot of guys in Florida that have generators, and the generators is it's a big thing with stabilization in a generator. You pull it out and you run it once a month to keep it going. But even the oil additives, would you think the FR3 would be good in a generator?
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not only will it keep it clean, because the esters will keep it clean, but also it'll keep it sealed up so you're not burning as much oil and reduce the wear. Generators are rough as far as wear, just because they're not made nearly as robust as like an over-the-road engine. But reducing the wear in half, making it last twice as long is really important. Have you tried any products like Sta-Bil or any of those?
I've used Sta-Bil. in my generator before, just for stabilization of the fuel, because I don't run it all the time. It has made a difference with the cranking and whatnot, but I'm definitely with your fuel treatment. I can get that on the website, right? As far as the general.
Correct. Gasoline Extreme. Yeah.
Yep.
Gasoline Extreme. Okay.
If you go to the website and get Gasoline Extreme, and then use Overnight Drive discount code and get 10% off.
Yeah, I got that, and I've got my CDL, so I'll use that too. But I appreciate you talking to me. I appreciate your time, buddy. And Steve, I'll let y'all go. I know y'all down at the bottom here.
All right. Well, have fun in the rain today. It looks like it's going to rain for a while, what I'm seeing on the radar, because rain's still stretching all the way back to to Tampa and way out in the Gulf there. And it ain't moving south real quick. It's just kind of training over the same areas. Yeah, we are up to bottom of the hour. News break time. We'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The president is making moves to get soaring gas prices down. Speaking from the White House, Biden's authorizing a massive release from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Biden's saying an average of 1 million barrels of oil will be put on the U.S. market each day for 6 months. The president also has a message for oil producers.
For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing.
A student at a South Carolina school is dead after being shot by a fellow student. The murder taking place at Tanglewood Middle School on Thursday. The family of the 12-year-old boy releasing a statement confirming his death. The student who allegedly shot him has been arrested. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, welcome back. Let me try to flip over. Let's see. After the announcement of going to release billion barrels a day from the strategic reserve, they said oil prices were down. And I'm looking here, West Texas Intermediate trading at this hour at $98.16 a barrel. Brent crude is at $102.80 per barrel. So it is down a little bit. I don't know that that's going to translate to any rapid drop in prices at the pump. But I'm looking at the rest of the story with Biden's announcement yesterday. Just real quick, I'm going to interject. It's not really about, his focus is not really going to be about increasing our production here. It's going to really be about expediting clean energy, wind, solar, all those sort of things. Now, he said, we are the largest oil producer in the world and a net energy exporter. To achieve energy independence, Biden says he's going to call on Congress to pass his plan to speed up the transition to clean energy that's made in America. We're going to create millions of jobs and save families money in the immediate future. He's also going to issue a directive authorizing use of the Defense Production Act to secure American production of critical materials to bolster clean energy economy. Now, the Defense Production Act, I'm not real up to speed. I think that's where the government can kind of like force certain industries to focus on producing certain products. And in this case, it's going to be these, quote, clean energy products. Going back to the beginning of the pandemic, didn't Trump invoke the Defense Production Act to get certain companies to begin producing remember, everybody said, we need ventilators. And come to find out later, the ventilators were actually killing more people than they were saving. But they were forcing all these different companies to produce the ventilators versus what they would normally produce. So that's his goal. This is all about forcing the green energy, the new Green Deal, down our throats. That's my opinion. All right, welcome back, Chris. We'll jump on in here to.
No, you're dead on, man. That's exactly what he's doing. And I don't know if Trump ever enacted it or he just talked about it. I don't think he did. I think, if my memory's right, he just talked about it and some pundits talked about it, and then everybody just did what he said, so he didn't have to enact it.
Okay, I remember there was a bunch of companies that produced various products, but they were reconfiguring assembly lines and so they could make those ventilators. I don't know, hundreds of thousands of them. A whole bunch of them ended up getting never even got opened up, never got used. But okay, Icebreaker.
Right.
Got you on with Chris Gabrelchik. Hello, Icebreaker.
Hey, Steve, how you doing this morning?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I watched you on YouTube at the truck show. I really enjoyed the 3 days I got to watch that. That was really good. Looked like y'all had a good time.
It was indeed. It was a good time. It was different for me because I've never done that thing where we actually were broadcasting live. I would typically record a segment, interview somebody, then take a break. It could be 10, 20 minutes, come back and then do another couple of segments kind of thing. But hey, I made it through 3 consecutive days without a smoke for 5 hours, Chris.
That's a new record, dude.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, and every time you said you needed a cigarette, I smoked one for you.
Thank you.
That's what friends are for.
My question is, that's it. My question, Chris, is I tried the gas extreme in my pickup truck, and I went from 18.5 to 20.5. I was well pleased with that, with the price of gas.
That's cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
I can. I said that's really cool.
Yeah. Okay. My next question is I bought my grandson a 2002 Chevy Cavalier. I think it's got a 2.2 engine in it, 4-cylinder, and it doesn't have but 31,000 miles on it. Car runs like a top, drives good. I'm getting ready to change the oil in it, and I'm going to put some of the Stixon Eliminator in it, and to clean it out because it's been sitting so long. But my biggest concern is that I'm going to be giving it to a 17-year-old, and apparently this car ain't been driven a lot because it was the little old ladies that they eventually had to put in the nursing home. So after that, you think the FR4 or 3? I should put in on
FR3
the oil change.
Yeah, and I would absolutely run some gasoline extreme through there, because if it's only got 34,000 miles on it, that means that gasoline's been sitting there for long periods of time. You know what I mean? It's not like you're turning over a tank of fuel every month. He's probably turning over a tank of fuel every year.
Yeah. Well, it had been driven a little bit, and before I got it, and then of course I filled it up. I think I put 11 gallons in it, but yeah, I put some of the gasoline stream I got at home in it, and right now I've got it down to a half a tank, and I've went like 208 miles between full and a half a tank. So I was pretty happy with that there. But yeah, that was my question, because my concern is because it hadn't been driven, that those seals are going to probably be hard or brittle or whatever, and I let a 17-year-old start driving it, and then he's going to be probably running the crap out of it, and I'm afraid it would start leaking oil. It has no leaks as I can see now. But that FR3 should loosen those, soften those seals up, shouldn't he?
Yes, it does. It rejuvenates the steels. That's a natural byproduct of esters, is they want to rejuvenate seals, makes them more pliable, and kind of adds a little bit of love to them. But yeah, probably, is that a front wheel drive car? That'd be front wheel drive, right? You said Cavalier?
Yeah, it's front wheel drive.
Okay. So it probably doesn't, yeah. You should be fine then. I just worry about the gasoline extreme, and after that, put the FR3, you should be good. Think a little bit of FR3, put in the power steering pump. Just a cap full or two.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said take a cap full or two of the FR3 and put it in the power steering pump, and that'll help that out.
Okay. Now, how much of the Stixon Eliminator do I put in it?
I believe that takes 8 ounces.
So it'd be like 2 ounces per quart or something like that?
Yep.
Or just
that sounds about right.
8 ounces?
2 ounces. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we go up to 4 ounces per quart, but I think 2 ounces there would be just fine since it's a gasoline motor.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do that, and then after I do that, and hopefully the next time you're on, I can give you a call back and give you a good report on that.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Yeah. But love your product from what I've used of it so far, and everybody I talk about it. How good it is and what it does and this, that, and other. I know I had called you. The first time I ever called you is on Steve's other program that he was on. I think first time you was on there, and my son-in-law had one of them 6.0 Ford diesels, and it was doing the injectors were acting up on it, and he put some Stixon Eliminator in it and straightened it out.
Nice. That's what we like to hear, man. That's good stories.
Yeah, but
That's about all I got. So y'all have a good night, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you so much. Icebreaker, have a great day. Have a good weekend. Remember, it's April Fool's Day. Don't let somebody's going to try to get me before it's over, I'm sure. Hey, Chris, I had my first oil change on the Subaru. It had like, I think, 5,200 miles on it. And it's, obviously I went in and I wanted the standard oil change. And they say, well, for the standard, that comes with, I guess, regular old oil. And we recommend that you get the synthetic oil or whatever. So, all right, he talks me into, all right, we'll bump up to the synthetic, which I know, like you said, it's probably just a semi-synthetic, whatever it is, at the Valvoline oil change. But my vehicle takes a 0 W20. What does that mean? Is that a really thin oil, or what's the 0 in the 20? What's that mean?
So the W means winterized, and if you want to think about it on both ends of the spectrum. So what I want to do is take an oil that's maybe, in that case, a 10 weight oil, and I want to put things in it that when it's cold, it'll stay thin, so it won't get too thick. And then when it gets hot, it will thicken up. So I want it to act like a 0 weight oil when it's cold outside, and I want it to act like a 20 weight oil when it's hot. So that's, if it's 1540, it's the same thing. I want it to act like a 15 weight oil when it's cold and a 40 weight when it's hot. So the way I would do that is to put like a pour point suppressant in it to keep it thin and runny when it's cold out. And the reason that that's a 020, that means that you have really tight tolerances in there. Those metal surfaces are so close together that it needs it needs oil that's as thin as water to get in there in between all those spaces and doesn't starve for lubrication. But then when it gets warmed up and you're, going up a hill or you're giving it lots of, gas, you need a 20 weight to give you the hydrodynamic lubrication. And to do that, they use what they call VI improvers. Mm-hmm. And if you want to imagine VI improvers, they're polymers, but they're kind of like rubber pellets or little rubber S's, if you will. And the way they work is when it gets cold, they shrink down to keep the oil thin. But then when it gets hot, when the oil gets warm, they swell up. And on a microscopic level, they make the oil not thicker, but not as thin as it would be without them. And that's what gives you your 20 weight. So when they talk about shear, like if you were to shear that oil, which means you got rid of all those VI improvers, because the VI improvers break in half, and then they break in half again and half again as you run the engine oil. So once it's all the way done, it would be sheared, and it's more prevalent in diesel engine oil. Truck drivers will know, you put that oil in there, it's nice and thick like honey, and it, looks translucent. You can see your fingerprint through it. You run it for 15,000 miles and you take it out, and it's like, it feels like somebody poured kerosene in it. It's black and sooty, and you can't see your fingerprint through it. You can't even see your finger through it. It's just black. Mm. And what you've done is you've sheared it. You've taken all the VI improver out. That's the original weight that they started with. So when you're changing your oil and you have that used oil, that's what they started with to begin with, except it was clean, of course. So in your case, they probably started with a 10 weight, built it up to a 20 on the hot side and a 0 weight on the cold side.
Okay. Well,
hopefully that was a good explanation.
This thing
hard telling, man.
This thing, little Subaru, got a 4-cylinder, only holds like 4 quarts of oil. And I had taken in like a 32-ounce bottle of the FR3 because I know it didn't need stiction eliminator, first oil change. I said, and this is first oil change. I said, all right, well, I figured, all right, if it's 2 ounces per quart for the FR3, I said, you put 10 ounces in. And I'm watching them put the FR3 in. They poured it was pretty damn close to a half a bottle. That's more than 10 ounces, but I mean, I'll be all right with that, won't I? If they put 15 ounces in a 4-quart fill, it's probably just wasting the FR3, but that's okay, yeah. Right?
It'll be fine. Yeah, you won't have any problems.
Okay. I was just curious. I think these guys weren't very well educated. And if you've got a 30-ounce bottle, 10 ounces is like one third of the bottle, not half a bottle,
I know. Did they give you grief about putting it in there?
No, not a word. Nope. I said put that in first, and then put the oil in and get it up to the full line on the stick, and they didn't have a problem.
Okay, cool. Cool. Sometimes they give you a hard time about it. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Use this instead. Use this from BG Products or something like that.
Yeah,
so that's good. That's good to hear.
All right, Horse Feathers, what you got for us? You got something else for Chris, huh?
Yeah. Real quick, when Philip was talking about the fuel tankers bringing fuel to the stations there, Chris, you're pretty much right. They do that the same way your oil's blended for all them bottles. It's one product of refined gasoline at the loading rack, and when they load the gas tankers there, they punch in who they're loading the load for. So when the fuel goes into the tanker, it actually has their additives injected into the product as it's going into the transport tanker. So that's how Valvoline or Exxon gets their product, and all the other Marathon and Sinclair, whoever, they get all their own specialty products put in. It gets injected into the tanker as the tanker's being loaded to actually go to the stations and deliver. So
yep.
Anyways, what did I actually call about? I don't remember right offhand. It's bad thing about this. You get talking about one thing and something else important comes along. But anyways, hey, Rambler brought up that thing there about the blinker fluid, and we got this issue out here. Is there any way to make a coolant antifreeze there for the headlights? Because the incandescent lights, they burn really hot, and now the problem I come out with is this truck I'm running, they put LED lights in. There's no temperature into it, so when you drive in the snow actually builds up on the headlights. So maybe we need antifreeze, and before we just needed headlight coolant. Now we need headlight coolant / antifreeze there. I didn't know if there's any way to come up with a product for that there, but and
I'll work on it.
And I do remember the one thing there I wanted to tell you is when we were breaking down Saturday, I went and shanghaied a two-wheel dolly cart there to move all the stuff from the overnight drive booth over to the Hot Shot Secret booth. So when load up time came, that Kyle and everybody here, they had everything in one location. We just, Steve and we all decided that it would be better to have it all over there than to have those two Bostrom seats, that Bostrom National seats sitting over there, in the old overnight drive booth kind of by themselves. So as I say, we moved everything over there, and when I brought the buggy back to them there, I dropped it off and I said, "So what do you use to haul all your stuff?" Because they had a large booth. They had like a 40 by 40 booth out there in the middle. It was kind of in between you and the overnight drive booth, between the Hot Shot Secret booth and the overnight drive booth. And they said, "Well, we got an F350 we pull a 30-foot gooseneck with." And I said, "Well, you just stand right here and wait for me to come back." So I went back over to Don there and I said, "Don, I got to make payment." Diesel Don there. And he's like, "Well, what do you mean payment?" I said, "Well, you saw that buggy I was using. I got to pay the rental charge on it." I said, "I need a couple bottles there of the everyday diesel treatment there to give these guys to get started with," and took them a catalog and went back and talked to them for about 5 minutes. And of course it's breakdown time, and they're all trying to run around there like ants trying to fill the ant hill before winter. And so I talked to him for about 5 minutes, and he's like, "We're going to put this stuff in." And he says, "If this stuff does what you're telling me it does," and I gave him the catalog with everything and told him, to get a hold of Kyle if he needs to. And he says, "If this works like he says it does, we'll put it in our store." So I got a business card from them and gave it to Kyle, so Kyle knows who it was.
Who was that? Was that? I'm trying to remember. Was it Haney's or was that?
It started with an R. The name of their business started with an R.
Maybe it was Rainey's, something like. Because I remember Mike.
Yeah, could be.
Mike Brunetti said that. He said they should be advertising on our show because Rainey's got everything. I mean, all kind of truck products, and yes, they had a massive boost, and they were selling a lot of stuff over there.
That they were, and so anyways, the guy that was kind of in charge there, he told me, he says, "We'll put this stuff in," and he says, "If we like it," he says, if it does what you say, we'll sell it in our store." So I don't know. I hope maybe I got you another retail outlet there possibly. So, but they were
so
saying
too. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, so as I say, I gave Kyle the card so you can follow up with him about that. And but yeah, I kind of shanghaied some of your products. I hope you don't mind me giving away some of your product there. I kind of went in and just told Diesel Don to give it to me. But
no.
Anyways, so
good job.
If you have
no, that's good. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
I was going to say, if you have to, just put it on that Horse Feathers account. The next time I get my order there, just bill it to me or whatever we have to do. But anyways, all that's good, and I guess that's about all we got for you. And we'll look forward to you next month there. So we'll jump off and let more get on and talk to you because I know there's a lot out here that want to talk to you, Chris.
All right. Have a good morning, Horse Feathers.
We'll see you later. Have a good morning.
Squeeze one more in before we get top of the hour news break. And Wally, I believe Wally down in Florida. Hello, Wally.
Hey, man. I don't know why everybody's bitching about gas prices. They're only paying 45 cents for it. Think about it. A dollar's only worth 9 cents. 5 times 9 is 45. Hey, I got some questions for that hot shot secret because, I'm doubling down here on this 1.9 or 1.8 liter engine in my Japanese crapper here. I ain't going to say which model it is. That ain't a Toyota. But, yeah, I need to know what I can use on that because I ain't put no order in, so I don't know nothing about these products. And it's just like,
okay.
Wow.
How many miles? How many miles are you going with?
Oh, man, you're asking an old man, look, ain't got no eyes.
Just ballpark. It doesn't have to be exact. Over 100 or under 100?
It's over 100, like 150,000. The 2004, 2006. It don't use a lick of oil. Don't worry about that.
No, that's good. That's good. That means you got a good tight engine. That's good. So normally at 100,000 or more, if I get up to 150, like you're saying, I start off with a little bit of that stiction eliminator. The reason is that it's got more detergent in it. It's also got the nanocarbons and the esters. So it's going to clean everything up, layer everything with a coating of nanocarbon balls. Leave that in there for the full oil change. I mean, you want in there for as long as you can keep it in there.
Yeah. What happened?
I think looks like Chris dropped off there. Maybe his battery died on his phone or something. So he will dial us back up. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just hang in there a minute, Wally, because we're up the news break anyway. I'll give him an opportunity. He'll dial back in, and we'll finish up there. We're top of the hour anyway, so we'll get that final hour just ahead here on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The president is making moves to get soaring gas prices down. Speaking from the White House, Biden's authorizing a massive release from the nation's strategic petroleum reserve. Biden saying an average of 1 million barrels of oil will be put on the U.S. market each day for 6 months. The president also has a message for oil producers.
For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing.
A student at a South Carolina school is dead after being shot by a fellow student. The murder taking place at Tanglewood Middle School on Thursday. The family of the 12-year-old boy releasing a statement confirming his death. The student who allegedly shot him has been arrested. USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Reaction continuing to come in to President Biden's plan to release 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for the next 6 months. Martin Durbin is the president of the United States Chamber of Commerce's Global Energy Institute. He says it's Russia's fault for the rising prices.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine is what's sending the global economy into turmoil here. And it is true that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was intended to be used in times of global supply disruptions. So I certainly understand why the administration is looking at this and saying Russia is, we're going to see 2 to 3 million barrels of Russian oil come off of the market.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. The National Weather Service is upgrading the strength of a tornado that hit Springdale, Arkansas Wednesday. NWS officials originally classified the twister as an EF2, but now say it registers as an EF3. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Supreme Court nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson worked with some detainees at Guantanamo Bay during her time as a federal public defender. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says he will not vote for Judge Jackson because he believes her past writings have accused the United States of war crimes.
That is not about defending somebody. That is an activist approach to the war on terror.
He says he is troubled with Judge Jackson's work on allowing a Guantanamo Bay detainee to challenge his detention. The Supreme Court has ruled that foreign detainees do have that right. The body of a missing Nevadan has been found.
The body of 18-year-old Naomi Irian was found in a remote part of northern Nevada Tuesday, more than 2 weeks after the woman had been abducted outside a Reno Walmart, waiting for a shuttle to take her to her job. The Sheriff's Department followed up on a tip that led them to Churchill County, where a body was found. On Wednesday, the remains were confirmed. 41-year-old Troy Driver was held on $750,000 bail for allegedly kidnapping Irian on March 12th. He was caught on surveillance footage driving off in her 1992 Mercury Sable. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
California's eviction moratorium is being extended for 3 months. State lawmakers approving an emergency bill that moves the end date to June 30th. Rent relief payments will be distributed to tenants who have been hit hard financially because of the pandemic. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, believe it or not, we are up to our final hour here on a Friday morning. And welcome back, Chris. I guess, I don't know, your cell must have died on us. But I put Wally on hold so we can pick up on that conversation. You were right there mid-conversation with him there. So.
Dude, I'm like talking away here. It's not even a cell phone. I'm at my office at my desk, and I'm talking away, and then I'm like, hey, is anybody there? Nope.
Well, that's how we felt too. Is anybody there? I said, hey man, is anybody there? And she said, yeah, I'm here.
Said Chris lost his cell, so. Yeah, I know you were kind of probably you're going through the process. I think you got through. You were telling him use the stiction eliminator, and I think that's about all the further you got before you disappeared.
Yeah.
So at this point, the stiction eliminator is the main thing, just to get it cleaned out. Then after that, follow up with the FR3 with all the oil changes, and it goes pretty good way. What did you say you used in yours, Steve? Was it 10 ounces?
Yeah, I put 10 ounces in. Yep.
Or 8. Yeah, so you're looking at 8 to 10 ounces after that, and then of course the gasoline extreme the first time out, just to kind of get it all cleaned out, the tanks, the lines, any varnish or anything. Those two really do a great job. You do feel a difference in the car. There's what we call the seat of the pants type feeling. You also might want to think about your transmission, put a little bit of shift restore in, just because it does make them last longer and it makes it shift smoother. So those are the 3 ways. And then, as I said earlier, if you want to put a little bit of FR3 when you're putting it in on your oil change, just put a little bit in the power steering pump. It makes it run a lot quieter and better. Did I cover everything, Steve? Steve's like an expert on this product. He could take my job.
I think that would cover it.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, for your gasoline extreme and whatnot there, Wally, you got to go to the hotshotsecret.com website because it's not available in the retailers yet. And when you place your order, don't forget to use the code Overnight Drive, and that'll knock 10% off your whole order.
Oh, yeah. Something else I want to tell them. I'm going after some more of that hot secret money, man. I'm sure Steve told you or not, if you ever looked on the internet at the team logo there. Yeah, I'm the one who shot him up. Not quite over, but I got him up to it. I'm talking about horse feathers.
Oh, okay.
So
you talking about donation?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, Steve knows about it. He can tell you off there, I guess. But the secret's out, really, because it's already posted on the website. Because I didn't hide it on the thing.
Right, on the donation
but it's
page.
Under the team
hot
on the team school. So I told him I was going to give until it hurt, and it hurts. But now I got to do Waypoint Vet, because I started with her on the discount, but I think I'm going to have to bump it up some because of that. Okay, I'm going to go and get off of here.
All right, Wally. Hey,
now I'm just rambling.
All right, good to have you with us. Have a great weekend and all that. We'll chat with you next week, Wally. All right, who's next up here? I believe is this Martin by chance?
Yes.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got John. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hey, yeah, I was just calling because I had a couple questions about the oil.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to say, I wanted to start off with that. I caught, some of the truck show back, like on the recordings, while I was working nights, and I did enjoy it. I definitely had to get to the truck show, and I really enjoyed that session with the lady with the vets and Chris. Yeah. That was awesome, man. Gave me the feel good,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. I really love Sarah and think she's just great for everything that she's doing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yep. And then real quick, I wanted that guy that was talking about the wipers. One of the mechanics up here at the shop says, he was commenting about how expensive wipers are now, but he said if you go down to the local, big truck dealership, they're still real cheap for some reason. If you go, like down, at least here in Lima. And so I thought I'd say that. And then, so my question is I was just kind of curious about the oil filters. I heard you talking about it's pretty much an average 15 micron oil filter. And I had called in and talked to you. I had the 07 Aspen, and I told you the 07 Dodge Ram, and I was asking, I was leery about using stiction. I don't know if you remember, but so I did change my valve covers, my oil. I did a bunch of work on that Aspen, and it has the stiction eliminator in it now, although I did only use 20 ounces instead of 28. But I was just going to change it again after 3,000 miles and do another 20 ounces because I found some burnt, like just oil where it laid in the valley of the heads when I got the valve covers off, where it was just like burnt and dark. So, but the car, it's got 200,000 miles on it. But anyway, I accidentally put that OW20 in there. I think it was 2018. We were taking that car on vacation and on road trip, and I always change my own oil because you go to like Valvoline or whatever, they don't they won't fill up the oil filter with oil like I do and stuff like that. So little things like that make me do it. But I changed my own oil, but I accidentally bought OW20. It was supposed to be full synthetic Valvoline 5W20, I believe. And or is it 5W20 or 10W20? Lord have mercy. I think it's 5W20 in that car, but it's a 5.7 liter Hemi. But anyway, that's how come I got the OW20 probably. But anyway, we took that car on a road trip, and on the way back home, the check engine light came on, and I just went on ahead and took it to the dealership because I had a code for MDS cylinder shutdown, solenoid bad, and the first thing they called me back said that the first thing they found was that the car has the wrong viscosity of oil in it. So before they could do anything, they needed to change the oil. And I was kind of surprised at that because it's a 2007. You know what I'm saying? But my main question is
so wait. Can I ask you a question there real quick? You said it had a 0W20 and it calls for a 5W20?
Yeah, I think it's I believe that's a 5W20 or 10W20.
No, there's no 1020. It'd either be 520 or 1030.
Okay. No, it's going to be 5. I know it's a 20, so it's 5W20.
They shouldn't have been able to tell the difference between a 020.
Well, you know something? I thought, because I do a lot of the work myself. My main, so I'm thinking, man, they're trying to juke me for $70, $80 oil change. That thing holds 7 quarts. And I was at work when the lady called me. So I asked her, because she said it was throwing a code. And so I asked her, I told her I wanted to see it. So I had her fax me. She literally faxed me a book from their computer. And I read it, and I called her back and told her to change the oil, but it was just, that happened.
Okay. Live and learn. I would have thought a 0W20 would have met the specification for a 520. Like you're actually on the specification, it would be better. So I'm curious why that would have thrown a code, but that's good. It's okay. Sorry.
Yeah, because it was in last thing I'll tell you, but last thing I was going to say, I heard you talking about winter versus summer with those ranges, but that was over the summer. It was like in July when we went on vacation, so it was in the summertime. So I don't know why that oil, what have they Chrysler dealership said it, it was wrong viscosity. But to my question, I always stick with the manufacturer's filters. I got a nephew that's got one of them Genius IQs, and he's freaking master ASE, technician. And, he uses aftermarket filters and stuff. But my theory was like, if I use the manufacturer, what came on the car when I bought it, I mean, they warranted the car with it, right, when they made it. So that's why I always stuck with it. But I heard you talking about the 15 micron. Do you suggest using an aftermarket filter with a different micron? Because I heard you talking about that it has like a bypass, or it can't choke the oil from the engine or something like that.
Yeah. So two things. The spin-on filter, the OEM filter, they do make those in varying grades of quality. and it has to do with how many pleats are on the inside. So if you can picture the oil flowing through that filter, and you know that it has to flow through there at, say, a gallon per minute, and you can't choke it down. So which media inside there is going to do the best job? So there are things you can do to make that work better and be more efficient. I don't know which ones are better than others because I've not taken the time to buy each of them and study them all. But the bypass filter is a totally separate item. That's 1 micron or 2 microns. So you're like pulling a little stream of oil in a 1/4-inch line over, running it through the filter and then back into the oil pan, the whole time. So it's just a different system where you're, really micro cleaning it, if that makes sense.
I got you. Okay, so you haven't tested the filter, so you really couldn't. So I'm still stuck where I was kind of with whether or not.
Napa, I used to go to Napa years ago. This was, it must have been 20 years ago, but they used to have 3 filters cut open on the desk. And you can pull the canister off and look at the insides of them and see. So basically what you're looking for is, it's just a round pleated filter. Which one's got more pleats, because then you got more surface area. And then what type of media are they using? I know, like I've done some projects with big construction companies where we were filtering fuel, and we were able to go to a synthetic microfiber type of material, and we were able to get out 4 or 5 times more dirt out of the fuel versus a paper media. And the reason was, on a regular paper media filter, the holes are all different sizes. It's random. So it looks like Swiss cheese under a microscope, where the other one looks more like a nylon. Every hole is the same. So they're able to line them up and we could get more through it and trap more dirt with the same flow rate. So I know there's a difference in them. We just haven't studied. I'll put that on our list of things to try and do. You might do a quick search on, look online. Somebody else might have done it.
Okay. Then the only other question was, I wanted to I was going to get some of that blue diamond for that same aspen with the 5W20. And I did not, I went on your website and I don't look like you have 5W20 in your motor oil. I didn't see it online.
Now that you say that, I think we're trying to come out with that right now. And we were well on our way to do it when we started getting supply chain issues. Because we have like the 540s, the 1030s, the 1540s. Then I think when they had it all figured out, but then we weren't able to get the base oils, which is, the case with most of the engine oils right now. We're on allocation. They'll only let us have X amount. So as soon as it's available, keep checking next time. Hopefully by this time next month, I'll be able to say, we've got it and it's available.
Okay. All right. And then the only other thing I'll just follow up, I think you said it earlier, is when using it, because I told you I put that stiction eliminator in my car. You said just use that like once a year after the initial cleanup or whatever, after you use it the first time, and then just use FR3 every oil change?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the FR3, it has everything, it just doesn't have as much detergent, which you don't need because the engine's already clean. And it costs right around half as much to treat your engine.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, man. That's what I'll do. I appreciate your time, man.
Thank you much. Thank you for listening, Martin. Good to have you with us here. Let's get to the Country Bumpkin, I believe it is. Morning, Country Bumpkin.
Yes, sir. Good morning, y'all. How you doing?
Doing well.
Yeah. Hey, I got a question. I have a couple of old outboards. Now, would that stiction eliminator clean those reed valves if I mixed it with the gasoline?
It would, but I don't know the dosage rate, and I've not tried it. It's a really good idea, and it's something that we should try. Let me think about that. That's, if you've got one that we can do an experiment on, we could probably help you out and just kind of monitor it and be real careful with it.
Yeah, I've got some stiction eliminator at home. I've got a whole bunch of y'all's products. So I've been using it, and I've got my buddy down in Mississippi, and he said my car was running good, but now it's running great. So after I turned them on to your products. And what do I have to do? Go ahead, Chris.
Well, I was going to say, why don't you try and put in the stiction eliminator at the same rate as the 2-cycle oil, and let's start there and see what it does. See if you notice a difference. I mean, I've not tried this, but I mean, there's nothing that should be bad, but I agree with, I think you should be able to clean it out. We just haven't gone down that road.
Okay. Now, what do I have to do to get some slickum? I want some for the gear case on my tractors and the implements for my tractor.
Oh, yeah, we've got to work on that. So one of the core ingredients on that is not available at the time right now. Okay. So we're trying to come up with a good way to fix that problem. And thanks to Big Moose, he gave me some ideas. He got me thinking about a couple different ways to go about it. And tomorrow I'll talk to R&D about that and see if we can do it.
Okay, now what could I mix? I mix the FR3 with the regular, 85W90 that I put in there now. So I'd mix the FR3 with that, correct?
Yep, in essence, that's what the Slickum is. It was just a thicker version of the FR3. One of the esters, we used to be able to get it in 2 different weights. One was real thick, like a 90 weight, and then the other one was real thin, like a 10 weight. The heavier one is not available right now. So what we're going to try and do is take the FR3 and blend it with like a bright stock and see if we can get the same performance results. But what you're doing is the same thing we're going to be doing, just using the FR3.
Yep, that's what I was thinking about, the same thing. Something else. Okay, hey, Chris, appreciate you getting Steve back on the show. I listened to his daddy, listened to Bill Mack, started trucking back in 1980, like that. Still out here hanging with it. So,
Longtime veteran of the road, as they call it.
What's that?
A longtime veteran of the road out there.
And I still love it. That's the sad thing about it.
Wow.
Girlfriend wants me home. I want to be on the road. So, all right, y'all have a good night. Appreciate everything you do.
All right. Hey, great to hear from you. Thanks so much for checking in. All right. Guess we do need to get a quick time
Steve,
out.
your dad was inducted into the Wall of Fame there. Did you tell everybody about that?
Yes, I did. Yes. He, Bill Mack, and Dave Nemo, I guess the 3 legends in trucking radio into the Wall of Fame. So.
Well, you're one of the 3 legends, Steve. What are you talking about?
I told Toby Young, I told everybody before the show, I say, hey, listen, the Bozos, nominated, if anybody's going to get in there, it's going to be him first. I said, how many people get actually inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on their first year of eligibility? So you got to bide your time,
Yeah. That's a good way to look at it. Good for you, man.
All right, we go from the country bumpkin to the high pressure pumping. Hello, high pressure.
Hey, morning, Steve. Morning, Mr. Chris.
Morning.
Steve, yesterday I had my drop cell. Real quickly, basically what I was getting around to is that People's Convoy. The leaders of it 2 years ago was protesting for Big Daddy government to come fix their problems. Now they're protesting for Big Daddy government to get out of their lives. So that's why I said I lost confidence in them. But anyway, Chris, you mentioned you guys go down to Venice, Sarasota area. I got family down there in Sarasota, right off of Midnight Pass, if that sparks that road, Midnight Pass in Sarasota. Very beautiful area. I'm 40 years old. I remember going down there as a kid You get off of 75, heading over Sarasota, and it was nothing but open fields.
Yep.
Open fields and farm, and now it's all built up. Very, very beautiful area. Nice time to go down now, but you do not want to be there in the summer. It gets very hot.
I know. It's toasty.
It's very, very, very toasty and very humid. Talking about a couple of guys talking about gasoline stations and stuff. It is very good to know your fuel stops, your gasoline stores, and like who owns them and stuff. Because there's a company in Fort Wayne that all they do is they go out to these gas stations and they suck out bad gas that has water or stuff in it, and they take it back and re-refine it, take out as much of the water or whatever out of it as much as possible, but then they put it back on the market at a lower grade gas than your shady cut corner gas stations. Certain ones buy it and they sell it at the normal price, but it's not the normal grade of gas. So it is always good to know. I mean, if you're traveling or wherever you can, but wherever you live, to know your gas stations where they buy it.
Yep, good point.
And question on your stiction eliminator on the rear back on the back label. You have for cars that take 4 to 6 quarts, trucks that take 6 to 10 quarts, and it shows your initial dosage. Like cars, I think is 16. Trucks is 32 ounce, and then the maintenance, it says every third oil change, and it's that cut in half, 8 and 16. But what's the ratio for that? Because I'm gonna change oil in like my riding mower, which is a couple quarts, and then pressure washer, which is like a little under a quart. Is there a ratio to go by for that?
There is. Let me pull it up real quick. I think it's like 4 ounces per quart. Does that sound right, Steve?
On which product again?
On the stiction eliminator.
I think that's normally two per quart, isn't it?
2 per quart.
Well, your FR on the back label of your FR3, it shows 1.5 ounce per quart, but it doesn't show a ratio on your stiction. It just shows 4 to 6 in cars, put this amount, 6 to 10 in trucks, put this amount.
Yeah. Stiction eliminator says on your original treatment, 4 ounces per quart for the initial cleanup, after which 2 ounces per quart for the maintenance.
Yeah. Does that answer your question there? Yeah.
Yes, it does. But that's all my only question. And yeah, thank you for putting Steve back on the airwaves, and we look forward. I remember you talking last month, getting him on the radio, and was excited to see what lies in the future.
It's going to be big. We're moving, man.
High pressure pumping. Thank you very much. All right, so we got who we got? CB coming up, Brian, I believe it is, and several lines available at 844-844-3388. Right now, news break, bottom of the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
1 in 5 teenagers say they've thought about suicide. The CDC reports more than 40% of teens say they feel persistently sad or hopeless. A deputy director at the CDC says the data echoes a cry for help. President Biden says it's too soon to determine whether Russia is really scaling back some military operations in Ukraine.
There's a lot of speculation, but he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating.
Speaking at the White House, Biden saying he's also not fully buying into intelligence, saying Russian President Vladimir Putin has been misinformed about his military's performance in Ukraine. The United Nations says 400 million children in 23 countries are dealing with partial school closures due to COVID. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I really love this product. I really do. I do a lot of kayaking and hiking and skydiving and stuff like that. I'm very active, but I did notice that, hey, time was catching up. And, I wasn't at the stamina where I was used to. But ever since I've taken this stuff, I feel great. I've been hiking a lot and even longer than I was usually hiking before I started taking Balance of Nature. I feel like I can go on all day long. It's a great feeling. Just stuff like out of the Jetsons, you know what I mean? Here's the pill, boom, there you go. You got all the nutrients you need.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we are, heading down the home stretch here, Friday morning, April 1st for 2022. Almost said 23, said 2022. Hey, coming up 5 a.m. for our friends via tncradio.live. Stick around for Marcia Campbell, America's Truckin' Sweetheart. Music and memories. This year we go back to 1997. After which it's Captain Tom Kirk, Keep On Truckin'. As guest this week is OOIDA's Executive Vice President, one Louis Pugh, joining Captain Kirk this morning. Meanwhile, let's get back to the callers here. CB on the line. Morning, CB.
Hey, how you doing, Steve? How you doing, Chris?
Good.
Doing great.
All right. Hey, real quick, you guys was talking about the dealerships, about wanting to put it in. I haven't had a problem with both the Chrysler dealership in my area or the GM dealership in my area putting it in there. I did have one time that they forgot to put it in there, and of course, it's a 4-cylinder, so I had them put 8 ounces in it, which they just went ahead and put it in there because I wanted it in there. I didn't think it hurt it. As Steve said, putting too much in it. I didn't think it hurt for that. But another question is, do you see as much varnish buildup in a aluminum block as you would a steel block?
I don't know. I would guess no, but I'll ask the team here tomorrow.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, the reason why I was asking is because my cousins, I was going to tell you a quick story, but my cousins, they race, dirt track, and they're running, one of them's running an aluminum block, one of them's running a steel block, and I was trying to get them to start using the stiction eliminator to see what they could do with that, as far as keeping it, I just so grateful for your product that I try to get everybody involved in it, But I just didn't know if there was as much. Go ahead.
I said thank you for that, getting everybody involved in it. That's what we need.
Yeah, I just didn't know to say for how much more you would see the varnish buildup in aluminum as you would a steel block.
Yeah, I don't know because the aluminum does a better job of carrying away the temperature. It's a good conductor.
Right.
So the engine, I don't know if the engine's warmer or hotter in there. I don't know. I'll ask.
Well, I know at one time they was running alcohol, so it'd burn a little cooler. But I was just wondering to kind of give them a measure up on it, and just to see,
Well, also the thing to think about is a lot of times the areas that we get the burning of the oil isn't so much like the total amount. It's not the 5 quarts that's burning it, or the 4 quarts, or whatever it is. It's the teaspoon that's in between here and there, or the thimbleful of oil that's right on the cam lobe or the main bearing. That's where it happens. We call them hot spots. I know that's not a good technical name, but I know if you go in now, if you look at your oil temperature, it's probably 160 or something like that. But if you took a temperature gun inside there, you're going to see places where it's 400. Those are the places where you get the stiction.
Correct. Yeah. Well, and wasn't that also with those Chryslers back? I can't remember which ones they were, but like they had the V6, like the 3.8, I think it was, where I remember that their cam, the way they built their engines, the cam sit a little lower, and it got more of the heat stiction and it burned the lobes off.
No, I didn't know that, but that's a good story.
Yeah. I mean, I remember it just from the purpose of working at a salvage yard. And the other one I had was, you guys were talking about that stolen trailer. My cousins were actually at the dirt track race down there in St. Louis. It was inside, and they had the car. Luckily, they had it at the track, but they had the truck stolen, and they found the trailer about 2 months later. And to call it a DA nomination was about 7 months later. They called him, and the guy was still driving it. And the sad thing about it was he got caught because he was on their expired license plates.
Mm-hmm. Oh my!
So he kept the plates on the truck. You know? So, but that's just something I just went at it with curiosity about. You know, if aluminum would show more than the steel would.
Yeah, I'll be the first one to admit I'm not necessarily a motorhead. I understand the oils and the tribology, but there's guys in the building here that they are. I mean, they're always tearing engines apart. They're pulling them out, putting new ones in. They're much more well-versed at it than I am.
Yeah, and I still haven't been able to get that tranny stiction eliminator in there because I talked to you about that 2017 Chrysler Pacifica, and you said that I thought you guys said you guys did some work on one of them at one time, but I'm trying to figure out how to make a squeeze bottle fit down in there instead of having to take the battery tray out to put it in there.
I don't know. I can ask somebody tomorrow and see. Maybe I'll have to talk to Steve. But I know we figured it out. I just don't know how they figured it out. I just seen them out there working on it.
Yeah. Well, I figured about getting a long extension and putting down in there, but, you know, they want to take the battery box out. But I figured do that and then go up underneath with a squeeze bottle and put it in there. That's the only way I could think about doing it. But I appreciate you getting Steve on the air, and you appreciate your products. And thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, CB.
Thank you, buddy.
Great to hear from you. So you got an email from Rick wanting to know, just curious, what is Chris's email? You take emails, right?
Absolutely. Chris at lubricationspecialties.com. It's a really easy code to break.
There you go, Rick. Chris at lubricationspecialties.com. All right. Hello to Truck and Phil this morning. Morning, Steve and Chris Gabrelchik. Thank you and the Hot Shot Secret Nation for all you do. Coffee on. Happy Friday. Finish up today, and we begin our 2-week shutdown at the Fort Wayne General Motors truck plant. They're still having issues with the chips for the cars. I mean, so another 2-week shutdown at the GM there in Fort Wayne. Things getting any better on your end as far as the supply chain stuff, Chris? I mean, because you've had issues with bottles and caps and raw materials. Are things getting any better or the status quo?
I'd say worse.
Worse?
No, not better.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, bottles and caps aren't bad now, but some of the raws that, normally we're used to getting things in. I mean, some things we have to order 6 months ahead of time, but for the most part, everything is a week to 2 weeks. We're on 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then the week that we're supposed to get delivery, they say, it's going to be another month, and we don't even know if we're going to have it then. Well, how are you supposed to run a business with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a continual process here of what products are we pulling offline, what ones can we put back online. It's an everyday thing. Hey, we have to take 1540s offline, but we have 10 W30s, put those back on. So it kind of rattles your chain a little bit, rattles my chain, because it creates so much more work for everybody that could be used for something much more useful.
Very interesting. Wow. So I just can't help but wonder. I mean, we've been watching China going backwards in time with more lockdowns, millions of people. Even, some of the big industrial areas are in China are on lockdown again. And I'm thinking here, in probably in a few weeks, that's going to begin hitting more on the supply chain issues. All right, let me see here.
Well, it's always one little thing. It's not, like we're blending, like one of our additives companies will call us and say, we have 9 out of the 10 additives, but there's just one additive that we get from India, and we're not going to get it for 2 months. Or like our spray lubricant, the Stay In Spray. Mm-hmm. That was since last September. That's been on back order because the cap for it, the top part, the part that's pull the trigger on, they can't get those. They'd have new dye made. They're trying different things, but it's like 3% of the supply chain is not available, and it's creating 90% of our havoc. Wow. If that makes sense.
It does. Yeah, because you have to have all the components to get the finished product, and all it takes is one missing component, and you don't have it.
Yep. So that's not good.
Hopefully
it'll go away soon, but it's making me crazy.
Yeah, somebody, I believe, I'm not seeing a name. Somebody got a question about like a motor coach. Is that who we got?
This is Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, I got a question for Chris. I haven't heard anybody ask this yet. I've got a brand new Chevy pickup, and if you use some of your product, would that void any warranties or?
No, we won't. We won't void any warranties with anything we've got. They try to scare you to not use them and any product. And I personally have dealt with manufacturers like Ford and GM, talked to their main engineers about things, and they have a credible point. So one discussion I was talking about a product that we had made for Chevy. This was back in the 90s when they were having problems with their fuel systems. And he said, what you're saying is right, and we understand that this will fix the problem. Our problem is, as soon as we say it's okay to start dumping things in there, then we open up Pandora's box. Everybody and their brother is dumping something into the fuel, because at the time their owner's manual on the mid-size trucks, like the 18-foot box truck, said you're not allowed to add anything to the fuel system. Now, the fuel systems at that time were having a problem with rusting out, like within the first 2 years. And you had to have the whole thing replaced for like $2,000. And we said, here, this is what you got to use to fix this, because it takes care of the water. It's got a rust and corrosion inhibitor. So I'm talking to one of the main guys, and he says, I understand what you're saying, but as soon as I say it's okay to use that, then I have to say, everybody and their brother's going to send us an additive and say, can we use this? Can we use this? Can we use this? And now we become the gatekeepers of what's legit and what's not. And he says, we're not prepared to become the gatekeeper, so we just say don't put anything in there. Now, I understand why it's not a great system, but I understand why it's there. In the meantime, we also know that if they ever say anything, they have to prove that that's what caused the problem. So if you were General Motors and you said, hey, you got FR3 in here and this caused the engine to fail, it's like, okay, well, why? How did that happen? And we'll back that up. And we've got $10 million in liability insurance. I think it's 10. 4 or 10, it's a lot. But the point is, we're going to go back and say, look, here's everything that's in it. Now you have to explain why that would cause a problem. And then they'll say, yeah, you're right, that didn't cause any problem. But it's kind of like a scare tactic. And working with those guys firsthand, it kind of bothers me a little bit, but they do work really hard to not pay claims. I mean, whether it's legit or not, they just try to get rid of them as much as they can.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I just bought a new Chevy pickup, and I've listened to the show for a long time, and I heard Monkey Gouger a few months ago. He had a couple new pickups, and he said something about when the warranties are up, I'll be getting your product. And I thought, well, why is that? Why do you have to wait for the warranty? So
because he doesn't want
I was just curious. Yeah. Well, I know years ago, in the wife's car, had put some fuel injector cleaner in all kinds of bells and whistles on the dash. Lights are coming up, and it was because of that fuel additive. It wasn't yours. But no, I was just curious because I'd love to try your product, but I thought, well, 2-month-old truck, I don't know if I want to be dumping it in there real quick. So I guess I'd try it then.
I would do it after the first oil change. It wouldn't scare me. I mean, I do it on all of our vehicles, of course, but I mean, again, there's nothing in there that can void any warranty. It's like, I mean, I would stand up to anybody, General Motors, Ford, International, Cummins, and say, here, I mean, come in. We're transparent. That's one thing about our company. We tell everybody everything. Just come in, look. We'll show you what we're doing. We'll show you the lab tests. You can do the test yourself. Come in the R&D thing. Put some safety glasses on and have at it, dude. We're not afraid of anything.
Okay. I hadn't heard anybody bring that up before, so I thought, well,
no,
interested in trying the product, and so okay. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Good to hear from you. Have a great morning. Speaking of not wanted to pay for claims or whatever, you got to see my son there in Louisville, right? He came back, I think, and saw you on Thursday when they snuck down and surprised me.
Sure did.
They had on their car. They were right up. I think he was right up to the final week of the 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty. And they were having brake issues, and I think there was a bad caliper or something. And it said they wanted all the records of where he had brake services and whatnot, which he had that. And they tried to deny the claim. They said, you haven't had your tires rotated. And he said, yes, I have. He had all the records, and then there was like one where it should have been done where it wasn't. And he went back and he said, hey, I bought new tires, had new tires put on the car, so that's getting the tire rotation when I bought the new tires, so that has nothing to do with it. But they were doing everything they could to try to get out of making that a claim under a warranty.
I know, and that's what I don't think a lot of people understand, because I don't think that many people get to that point, but they will work their butts off to not pay it, and I mean, I've worked with them and heard them say, we're just not going to cover stuff anymore because it's not in our best interest. It's not, this is what's fair. This is what's in the contract. We're just not going to cover it. So I don't worry about manufacturers' warranties. They're not worth the paper they're written on as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they did ultimately repair the brakes or whatever. But like I said, I mean, he's lucky because they got it in there just like 1 week before that 3-year mark. I mean, they were well under the 36,000 miles, I think, but the 3-year mark. All right, let me get to Brian. Brian, good morning. Got you on with Chris. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. I started out listening to the Three Legends back in the... I finally call your show, first-time caller and stuff. But I just bought a brand new Kenworth. It's got the Packard engine in it, and I got my big rig mattress waiting at the house for me to get home so I can put it in. So, I just wondering for Chris, I used your winter diesel treatment since the truck was new, and now I just switched over to the everyday diesel. I only got 30,000 miles on the truck, so I didn't do an oil change yet. But I do have the Blue Diamond oil I bought like 15 gallons of that. I'm going to put that in on the first oil change. I'm wondering, do I have to put anything else in there? If I'm using the Blue Diamond oil, do I have to put any other additives in there, or is everything in there, or I'm good to go?
You do not need to put anything else in there. The FR3 is built into it. All the additives are in there. If you're using any product that we make, we've already made it as good as it can be. So Stiction Eliminator has FR3 in it. The EDT will have our LX4 lubricity additive. You don't have to buy more. So no, you're good.
Okay, and I'm already using the diesel treatment. I mean, any recommendations? Anything else I should look out for? It's my first brand new truck, and I kind of just want to make sure I'm doing everything right. But
that sounds like you're dead on, man. Everything's going. You're doing all the right stuff there. So no, I wouldn't be too worried about it at all.
All right, and I'm pretty impressed with the everyday diesel and the winter treatment, because I got right now 31,500 miles on this thing, and it still hasn't did its first regen yet. So I'm kind of contributing that to the everyday diesel. I'm thinking by now I probably should have did probably 1 or 2 regens by now. I'm thinking, but I'm kind of contributing to that.
How many miles? 31,000.
Yeah, 31,500. I still hasn't did its first regen yet. It hasn't did anything yet.
Wow, that's impressive, man. That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, and I've been using, like I said, I've been using the winter additive since day one, and then I just switched over last week to the everyday diesel, and that's all I've been. Yeah, the oil. I wanted to wait for the first oil change to put any additives in the oil just for the break-in period.
Yep.
And so I got the oil at the house and stuff, but I'm looking forward to trying out the big rig mattress. So see how that works out.
I hope you told Brian. I hope you told Brian Mathis when that you heard about him on the Steve Sommers show.
Well, I actually ordered it online, and it asked me where I heard it. It just said radio. That was one of the only apps.
Oh, they had a box to check. Okay.
I didn't have.
Right. Yeah.
And but other than that, I appreciate your show, and you're the only one left that has a decent show out there, like that's comparable to the three legends. So I guess I can call you and Chris the. We're down to the two legends now, I guess.
Hey, Brian, I thank you so much for listening.
Steve, he's the only legend, man.
Don't be a stranger, Brian. I got your number here. We're gonna hook you up with the first-time caller code, okay?
All right. Hey, Chris, I have to tell you one thing real quick.
Sure.
Not my last order, but the order before. FedEx destroyed one of the boxes. I was missing product. I call you guys. This is just to show how much integrity your company has. I called up the next day. I told them what happened. Not one question, nothing. They just, she's like, we're going to take care of it, blah, blah, blah. I didn't get a phone call back or nothing. 3 days later, the product's at my house. They replaced it. I didn't have to haggle with this. I didn't have to be like, prove it. Like, I called up. They took care of it. And I appreciate it, and it just shows you that you guys have integrity. And you not only do you back up your product, but anything that happens to shipping, anything that happens, you guys are going to stand by it, and you guys are going to take care of it. And I appreciate it. Appreciate your show, Steve, and I'll let you guys finish out and have a good day today.
Thank you for the call, Brian. Now that you're a first-time caller, you can be next time you call, you'll be a second. Don't be a stranger, in other words. All righty, Chris, we're up against the clock here, so we got to close it out this Friday morning. But hey, good show. Thank you for joining us here. Anything you need to add in before we hang it up?
No, I'm glad everybody was calling in, and all you folks out there that are listening and don't call in, don't be shy. Call in and ask questions or just talk about stuff, because that was one of the main things that we heard out at the booth, Steve, at the Hot Shot Secret booth, was I listen all the time, but I never call in.
Yes, sir.
I kept saying, call in.
Yeah.
We want to hear from you.
There you go.
So, it was great.
Have a great Friday. Have a good weekend, and we'll look forward to it. We'll chat again soon. There you go. Chris Gabrelchik on a Friday morning. All right, out the door we go. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back here. We'll get it all fired up again Sunday night, Monday morning, get the new week underway. Hope you'll join us at the midnight hour Eastern time for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.